All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. This is a special meeting, and I'll look to Supervisor Brandon. Will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, and so we have a number of things on the agenda today. I know there's a great deal of interest in the district attorney selection process that is agendized for 1 o'clock. So I'll give you, so that will be the time if you have any comments or if you'd like to participate in that discussion, join us at 1 o'clock and that will begin. And then I'll look to our board clerk to read our public participation procedures.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
In order to protect public health and the safety of Tuolumne County citizens, this Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Public comment will be opened and closed individually for each agenda item listed below. If you wish to comment on a specific item, please call in when the board clerk has read the item. The chair will ask if there are any comments from the public at that time. Your call will be taken in order that it is received. The public comment time limit on each item is set for 3 minutes per speaker. The time limit does not apply to staff. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments through these media. These are available for audio and visual only. The Tuolumne County website at https://www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/board-meetings. Number 2, access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live and or Comcast Cable 8. Number 3, Zoom webinar via computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155 and or call in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 98737385155. Note, Zoom webinar services tend to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the county and Access Tuolumne live streams, and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Important public notice. Under the Governor's Executive Order N-2520, this meeting will allow members of the Board of Supervisors to participate by teleconference, and under Order N-2920, accessibility requirements. If you need swift special assistance during board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our first item on the agenda today. And clerk, will you please read that for us as well?
Consideration of approving a memorandum of understanding between the California Government Operations Agency and the County of Tuolumne to provide for COVID-19 vaccinations of Californians to mitigate the continued spread of COVID-19.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Boyack from the Health and Human Services Agency. Along with me today is Michelle Jaquetta, our Public Health Director, and remoting in from Mariposa is our Interim Health Officer, Dr. Eric Surgenko, and our County Counsel, Sarah Carrillo. We're all here available to answer questions as needed concerning this item. So, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, vaccine development and distribution remain critical components in slowing the spread of COVID-19. The California Government Operations Agency drafted the MOU that's before you today to to establish the expectations and conditions for counties to continue to be eligible to receive vaccine allocations for dispensing. Under the MOU, Tuolumne County will continue to vaccinate county residents that are eligible to receive vaccine. While the MOU states that the county shall not reallocate or redistribute vaccine allocation, a support letter that is attached to this staff report clarifies that Blue Shield, as the state's third-party administrator, will collaborate and coordinate vaccine plans with the county. The supplemental letter I just referred to articulates and assures that the county, using discretion and subject to approval of the California Government Operations Agency, may distribute portions of the vaccines that we receive or allocated to us to county and other county-supported sites. So the California Government Operations Agency clarified in the supplemental letter the areas concerned within the MOU, and therefore allows the Public Health Department to come before you today to recommend proceeding with the transition to working with the state and the third-party administrator to continue to provide COVID vaccinations for our residents. The MOU was initiated by the counties through the California State Association of Counties and our County Councils Association. The County Councils Association worked directly with the state to draft and negotiate the MOU before you today. So there is no cost associated with the MOU or executing the MOU with the state. So it is respectfully recommended that your board approve the memorandum of understanding between the county and the California Government Operations Agency for continued eligibility for the county to receive COVID-19 vaccine and authorize the board chair to sign. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Boyack? Yeah, Supervisor Half.
Good morning.
Morning.
So, do we have any guarantees from the state that our public health, either through the state or the third-party administrator, will continue to provide us with vaccines if we sign and when we sign this MOU? Well,
Can I paraphrase?
I can.
So
yeah,
will we continue to receive vaccine if we don't sign the agreement? So the answer is the state could withhold vaccine from being distributed and allocated to the county if we don't sign.
You don't sign.
But I'll just let your board know, since the supplemental letter was drafted, many counties' boards of supervisors have now entered into this agreement.
Okay, good.
And just to clarify, Supervisor Half, the whole purpose of the MOU is to ensure that the counties will continue to receive the vaccines.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Brandon?
If I can just ask one follow-up on that, have there been any counties that haven't?
Ooh.
That haven't signed.
Yeah, Sarah.
I think potentially Santa Clara, I can't confirm that, but several counties, including LA County, have signed it.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll see if there's any public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? So, how, I'm struggling to find a way to phrase this question. What are the possible ways that signing this MOU might restrict our ability to administer vaccines to our citizens the way we would like?
Well, Let me just provide some statistics pursuant to completion of our pod on Tuesday. Because the statistics from yesterday's pod don't enter in. So we have vaccinated right now out of our total population of Tuolumne County at 54,000 and a few people. 14,602 individuals have received their first shot. 7,227 folks have received their second shot. So that is 27% of the population getting their first shot and 13% getting their second shot. So we have vaccine on our shelves, and we are going to continue to vaccinate the cohorts in the sectors that the state has given us guidance to vaccinate, and that in consultation with Dr. Surajinko is comfortable with us dispensing allocation to, or dispensing vaccinations to. So we will continue to do so. And we will continue to work with Dr. Surajinko to make sure that we are managing the level of risk pursuant to what we are supposed to be considering while dispensing vaccine.
Okay.
That means age, that means 16 or 18, depending on the manufacturer, through 64 with underlying health conditions, and ticking down that age range as we see necessary to ensure that we're dispensing allocation or allocated vaccine.
Okay. And I guess just for clarification for anyone watching this, with my hesitation is that we've been fairly successful with the plan that we've had up to this point, and so changing it now is something we need to think about, but I feel reasonably assured that we'll be able to continue doing the good job that we have been doing. So thank you. So I did ask for public comment. Any other questions from the board? Okay, or comments?
Is there a deadline by which we have to sign this? Like a drop dead date?
I believe it's March 31.
That was my understanding.
Yeah.
The purpose is because the third-party administrator is supposed to be taking over March 31, and so that's why they wanted to have the MOU signed. And remember, this MOU is in lieu of a contract directly with the third-party administrator, so another reason why it's more beneficial to sign the MOU than to enter into an agreement with Blue Shield.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so if there's no other, so Supervisor Brandon.
I just want to say to anybody watching, just talking actually at the Kiwanis Club this meeting and talking about the amazing work done by public health here and how we are one of the leaders in the state now, going from a time when we were second in the most cases to now being one of the highest vaccinated communities for this. I have a lot of concerns, I think, when the state makes these decisions and they do not include the counties proactively, and when they try to take over something, especially when it's working well. That said, on this, unfortunately, we're not the power player in it. They do have the vaccine and the distribution, and I would not want to jeopardize what we've been doing well so far, as it may seem that Santa Clara may have done, and looking that up, by threatening in any way our supply of vaccine. Because the biggest thing is getting to the end of this crisis and getting as many people vaccinated as we can. So with that, though I have concerns over how it was done, I think we're doing the best we can given the situation. So.
And I've made it clear where I stand on this, but it feels like this is where we are, and this is a recommendation. So I'm not gonna go off on a rabbit trail. So unless there's any more comment, I will make a motion. Okay. Do you have a comment? Okay.
My thoughts have been straggling in. Actually, this is probably a question for Sarah. And that question is, what happens if we find that this MOU is not working for us? What are our options?
Well, as Supervisor Brandon said, the county is not in a power position here. The federal government controls the vaccine and is a sole purchaser for it. It distributes it to the states. The state decided to create this third-party administrator program who will then allocate to the counties and the other entities that receive vaccines. So if it's not working, I think though the goal from the state and what I've heard, and maybe Mr. Boyack or Mr. Ketta could confirm, but the state wants Blue Shield to work collectively and collaboratively with the local jurisdictions. So I really think if it's not working, we have an ability to reach out to both the state and Blue Shield and try to amend it. And that there is some language in the MOU that references that. So I really think everyone's goal is ultimately the same and to make the process work.
Okay, so I think Supervisor Kirk, you were ready
Yeah.
to make a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to recommend we approve the memorandum of understanding between the county and California Government Operations Agency for continued eligibility for allocation of COVID-19 vaccine and for you,
I'll
the
second.
chair to sign.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Brandon. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Motion passes with 4 ayes, 0 noes, and 1 absence.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move into closed session. So we're going to go ahead and move into closed session. So I'll look to the clerk to read those 3 items that we have. Then we'll call for public comment.
Closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, government code section 54956. 9, D2, and E1, 1 case. Closed session conference with real property negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, and Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator. Authority Government Code 54956.8, Standard Park 18500, Standard Road, Sonora, California, APN 097-130-009-000 to discuss price and terms of payment. Negotiating parties Brian Walbrick. Closed session conference with labor negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and Ann Fremd, Human Resources Director, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Okay, is there any public comment on those items? Okay, there's no public comment, so we are going to go into closed session. We'll return at 1 p.m. Do we expect a report out at that time? Okay, we do not expect a report out. So we'll go into closed session now and see you at 1. Thank you. Okay, making sure we're good on audio. Okay. All right, welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for March 19th. We are back from closed session. We have nothing to report. We are going to go into our 1 p.m. item, and I'll look to the board clerk to read that for us.
Public employee appointment interview of applicants and appointment to fulfill the remaining term of the vacant district attorney position.
Okay, and before we get started, would you please read our public participation procedures one more time for us?
Of course. In order to protect public health and the safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Public comment will be opened and closed individually for each agenda item listed below. If you wish to comment on a specific item, please call in when the board clerk has read the item. The chair will ask if there are any comments from the public at that time, and your call will be taken in the order that it is received. The public comment time limit on each item is set for 3 minutes per speaker. The time limit does not apply to staff. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments through these media. These are available for audio and visual only. Number 1, the Tuolumne County website, https:// www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/745/board/meetings. Number 2, access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live and/or Comcast Cable 8. Number 3, Zoom webinar via computer and at https://zoom.com/J/98737385155 and/or call in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 98737385155. Note, Zoom webinar services tend to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the county and Access Tuolumne live streams, and it is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Important public notice: under the Governor's Executive Order in 2520, this meeting will allow members of the Board of Supervisors to participate by teleconference, and under Order in 2920, accessibility requirements: if you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, so a little bit of background about why we're meeting here today on this lovely Friday afternoon. So in March 2020, the people of Tuolumne County elected District Attorney Laura Krieg to serve on the Superior Court bench as a judge. So as a result, in January of this year, we lost a great DA, but we gained a great judge. So since about the middle of last year, Tuolumne County began the process of looking for a replacement for that district attorney position. State law requires that the Board of Supervisors makes that decision. And so that is why we're here today. Now, what we have before us is an embarrassment of riches. We have 4 extremely qualified candidates who are willing to serve their community in one of the most important roles in our county. Very looking forward to getting to know you and hearing about your experience and why you would be the best candidate to serve in the most important law enforcement role in our county government. You'll have an opportunity to speak about your experience, answer questions from the board, and discuss your vision for our county. After that time, we'll probably take a break, and then we'll reconvene and allow time for public comment. Folks can call in, voice their opinions, and the board will listen to those opinions. After that, after everyone who would like to call in and discuss the proceedings today has had their opportunity, we will close public comment, and the board will have a discussion and make a decision. So I'll turn it over to our CAO, Tracy Riggs, to give some more detail about the process and how we got here and how we'll be conducting the meeting.
Changed? On? All right, good afternoon, board. Welcome applicants, nice to see you again. So what I wanted to go over today was the process that we used in order to arrive to the 4 candidates, which is a reduction from the number of candidates that was interviewed yesterday. Standard practice is that we use 2 panels, and what I wanted to do was actually start out with the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code does give the Tuolumne County Administrator, who also operates as the personnel officer, in the code, Ordinance Code 2.12.110, does give the CAO authority to bring forth the responsibility and the authority to bring forth 2 applicants. And normally we have the ability to determine what that process is. When I came in as the CAO, I continued with the process that my predecessor used. So Craig used to do 2 panels as well. Really the only thing I changed was, as you know, I now have asked County Council to participate in those interviews as well. So the 2 panels, one is technical. So we invite individuals who are specifically skilled in the technical area of which that department head would be running. And then we do a fit panel. And fit is specifically about how well do they or would they fit in working with those within the organization or the community that they would work with the most. So we had 2 of those panels yesterday. The applicants came in, they rotated between the 2 panels, and then Sarah and I asked each panel to give us their top 3 candidates. And then her and I brought those 2 panels together to hear what they had to say. Interestingly enough, they did not have unanimous consensus on the 3 individuals. They did in each panel, but when you brought them together, there was not consensus. When we asked them to discuss it, and they did for about an hour and a half, neither was willing to compromise on the 3 that they selected. We dismissed the panels. Sarah and I continued to discuss that, and I arrived at what I felt was the most fair way to approach this, was to take the top 2 candidates from both of those 2 panels, and that's who you see before you today. I do have a list of questions that I will hand out to the applicants, and wanted to make sure that the community understands when these are questions that will be posed to every single applicant, that your board will ask the same question to each applicant. You will do follow-up, meaning if someone says something you need to clarify, you will do so. However, if any of you were to ask a question that's not on this list, you will need to ask that same question of the other 3 applicants. And with that being said, I am going to turn this over to Sarah to talk about the authority to appoint this position.
Sure. So under the government code, your board, can you guys hear? No. Under the government code, your board has authority to appoint and to fill the unexpired term of district attorney. Additionally, you're not able to call for a special election. I know some people thought that that would be the process, but that's actually not allowed under the government code. The other thing about the government code that makes this process very different from how we would normally do our appointed department head positions is that those interviews with your board would occur in closed session. As you know, this is a personnel process. So up until this moment where your board is interviewing candidates, all of the other processes that Tracy just explained still are governed by personnel rules. That means there's confidentiality that applies to that process. So the thing that makes this different is that the Brown Act has an exception that allows the closed sessions to occur for appointed department heads. However, the Brown Act and the Attorney General has opined that the closed session exception does not apply when your board is appointing an elective officer to fill a vacant position. That's why we are having this meeting in open session for your board. So as Tracy said, this is different than we've done before. We want it to go as smooth as possible, but I think everybody should just embrace that there might be a little bit of awkwardness about it, and we'll do our best to make it a really smooth and respectful process. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Okay, great. Okay. So before we get to, well, let me go over the questions real quick. So we have a list of 9 questions. Each of our candidates, you should have that list in front of you. I will be asking you, each of you will have an opportunity to answer each question. I'll be asking them of you. You'll have 5 minutes to answer each question. And then after you are finished answering the question, I'll look to see if the board members have any follow-up questions or would like to get any additional information based on your responses. Okay. We're going to have a timer set up, and oh, I don't see the, there it is. Oh. So there you go. The timer used to be in a different spot, so that's new for all of us. So before I get into the questions, I'm just going to start at my left here and ask you to briefly identify yourself and just give us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll get into the questions.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Cassandra Janicki, and I am a Deputy District Attorney for Tuolumne County. I've been here 6 years this past February, and I was recently promoted to a DA4. I'm from the Bay Area originally, but I came here after law school hoping to work for a really energetic DA's office, and that's exactly what I got. And I'm here today because I believe I'm the best person for this job, and I look forward to serving the community.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Eric Dutemple. I'm currently a supervising district attorney down in Madera County. I currently supervise 7 deputy district attorneys down there. I specialize in special victims. So that's victims that are vulnerable, mostly domestic violence, child sexual assault, and elder abuse. I also supervise prison crimes, juvenile division, and parole hearings. So I have a pretty broad base of knowledge as far as supervising people. Before working for Madera County, I got my start, my legal career here in Tuolumne County. I worked here approximately 5 years altogether when you count the time that I volunteered. And prior to that, I worked as a deputy sheriff for almost 12 years for San Joaquin County and also as an officer for the Rancho Murrieta Community Services District. So I've worked in the criminal justice field pretty much my entire adult life in some capacity or another. I'm from Tuolumne County. Most of my family's from Tuolumne County, and I care a great deal about this place. So I think I can help, and I look forward to talking to you guys about this.
Thanks very much.
Good afternoon, James Newkirk. I've been in the county for about 29 years now. My wife and I raised 2 children in the county, and they still live here in the county, not with me, luckily. But at any rate, we have close ties to the community based on the fact that our whole family has essentially called this our home, and it's certainly our children's home. And as far as my work experience, I worked for the DA's office here for 20 years. Then I went to a conflict contract with Doug G. and Don Martell and did defense for 5 years. And then I decided to go back to the DA's office as a retired annuitant for 2 years. I did that, and this county has a policy that you can only do that for 2 years. So I went back into private practice, which I've been doing for the past 2 years. I had law enforcement experience before I moved up here. I worked my way through undergraduate as well as law school, being a deputy sheriff and a police officer. So I think that my law enforcement experience, my prosecution experience, and my defense experience gives me a well-rounded basis to be the next DA.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Campbell, Supervisor Brandon, Supervisor Goldenberg, Supervisor Kirk, and Supervisor Half. It's an honor and a privilege to be here to be interviewed by you. I have been a prosecutor for 27 years. I started my career in the Ventura County District Attorney's Office, which was, by state standards, a fairly large office with lots of individual departments. From there, I went to be the city prosecutor for the city of Burbank down in Southern California. So I went from a very large office to being the only prosecutor in charge of prosecuting all misdemeanor crimes in that city. I then came here in 2000, and I've been a prosecutor for the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office for 21 years. The last 6 years approximately, I've been the Assistant District Attorney under Laura Krieg, and now for the last 3 months since she left to take the bench, I've been the Acting District Attorney. This job that I have is much more than a job. It's much more than a career. It's a calling. It's who I am as an individual. I couldn't be prouder and luckier to have a job like that. And I feel that the amount of experience that I have, the stability that I have, the love for this county, a place where I've raised my 2 children, makes me the best candidate for this office, and that's why I'm here in front of you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so the way I'll ask the questions is I will start with, so you gave your first introduction, so I think I will start with Mr. Dutemple on the first question, and so each person will have an opportunity to be the first to get the question, okay? And if I mess up my order at any time, please holler and tell me that I'm screwing up. Okay, so the first question. Tell us a little about yourself and why you want to be the next district attorney for Tuolumne County, including your education, your work experience. Why are you the best candidate for this position? And I'll start with Mr. Dutemple.
Yeah, thank you. As I said before, I'm from Tuolumne County. I grew up here. All my family's from here. I currently live here. When it's all said and done, this is probably where I'm going to retire. So obviously, I care a great deal about this community. I also have worked in the criminal justice system my entire adult life. So I care about the criminal justice system. I care that justice gets administered properly, especially in the community that I love. And I care a great deal about the Tuolumne County DA's office. It's where I got my start. It's where I cut my teeth. It's where I have friends. I have people that I care about that still work there, and I want to make sure that they have the proper support and resources to succeed. My experience, again, out of high school, I got a degree in criminal justice from Stanislaus State University. I then got hired by the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Department as a deputy sheriff, and I worked for them almost 12 years altogether. I then went to work with the Rancho Murrieta Community Services District as an officer, and Rancho Murrieta is pretty much basically a small town in Sacramento. It's a community service district basically because of the water resources and stuff up there. So I had a good broad base of knowledge in criminal justice, and you know, I learned how to deal with people, obviously victims, witnesses. I certainly learned my way around the penal code a little bit. So it gave me a good start. I always wanted to go to law school. I had the opportunity to do that. There was a sergeant that I worked with the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Department that kind of went that path. He started as a cop, went to the DA's office as an investigator, got his law degree, and I said, you know, I could probably do that too. And that's what I ended up doing. Unfortunately, when I graduated from law school, it was right during the housing crisis, and of course counties were getting hit pretty hard, and so prosecutor jobs were pretty hard to find. And when I did go to interview, I was going against DAs that had been laid off and had 6-7 years experience. So even though I had law enforcement experience, I knew that I had to get some experience as a prosecutor. And really, criminal justice was the only law I wanted to practice. So I reached out to counties around the area, and they all kind of were shut out. So I reached out to my hometown. I knew Mike Knowles a little bit. He was the DA at the time, and it was a perfect time to start because he was wanting to start a volunteer program. And I believe there were 3 people besides me that were going to do this, and I'm kind of proud that I was the only one who kind of stuck it out. So I worked the graveyard shift down in Rancho Murrieta. I would drive up here and handle a criminal calendar. And for a year I did that, and once a position opened up, I kind of proved my worth a little bit, the work ethic that I had, and I got hired as a deputy here in Tuolumne County. And again, I worked approximately 5 years altogether, and when I left, I was a felony prosecutor, and I specialized in domestic violence. I was actually filing all the domestic violence cases by the time I left. I did asset forfeiture, and of course I handled all felony cases that were put on my caseload. I had an opportunity to go to Madera County as a prosecutor. I knew someone there who's a supervisor who said that they were starting a gang prosecutor position. And I had some expertise in gangs when I was with San Joaquin County, and he thought I would be a good person to take that job. They wanted to split it from the violent crimes unit. So I applied, I ended up getting the job, and they ended up not having that position, but they just folded me into the violent crimes unit. And basically that was gangs, homicides, and any violent crime that involved great bodily injury. So I did that for a while, and then in 2019 I got promoted to the position I'm in now, which is supervising special victims. And again, special victims, as I described before, is domestic violence, child sexual assault, elder abuse, you know, victims that are special, that are vulnerable, and domestic violence homicide. So all my people have 2 or 3 homicides on our plate at a time. And during that time, it was interesting because I was given the supervisor position, and then COVID hit. So then we had all the deals with COVID and how we had to respond to that as an office. And we had some outbreaks, and we had some issues we really had to deal with. And we developed some good policies and procedures to keep people safe and move forward.
Thanks you very much. So I'll have to cut you off at the
Okay.
end of 5 minutes just to make sure we have enough time for everybody, but I'm going to look and see, are there any follow-up questions on that first question for Mr. Dudemple?
I have one question.
Okay.
You said 5 years' experience as a deputy sheriff or deputy DA up here?
I'm sorry, Deputy DA in Tuolumne County.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay. Any follow-up questions or clarification? Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Newkirk, would you like me to read the question one more time for you?
No, I've got it right here.
Okay.
And I already talked a little bit about my work experience and myself. When I was a law enforcement officer, I really loved that job. And I thought I was going to make a career out of that. But when we started thinking about having a family, I thought to myself, this isn't the life that I want to bring up my children in, as far as working weekends, working strange hours and things like that. So I decided that I would go to law school to have a little more stable family life, and that's worked out very well since. The 4 years that I was in law school, I went to a part-time program. It was probably the worst 4 years of my life because I was raising one child, we had another child in the middle of it, and working full-time. But at any rate, I got through that. And all through law school, I knew that I wanted to be a prosecutor. And this county was actually the only county that was interviewing, because that was 3 recessions ago when places weren't hiring. And this office gave me the opportunity to come up here and prosecute, and I've been here ever since. As far as my experience in the DA's office, I prosecuted everything from, the misdemeanors and the traffic cases that you start with, through murders. I've prosecuted 2 murder trials. I've prosecuted other murder cases that ended up with a disposition that didn't have to go to trial. I've handled sex crimes. I did asset forfeiture before Mr. Dewtemple. He took over when I left. So I've done some civil aspects of it. I did a little bit of consumer protection, which is civil as well. And then, out in 2012, after Donald Sagerson left and Michael Knowles became the DA, again, that was going to be my 3rd time with him as either the appointed or the assigned, the acting district attorney. And Mr. Knowles was a great trial attorney, and he was an excellent assistant, but he was not the best administrator. And I didn't want to spend the rest of my career, because I thought Mr. Knowles was going to stay here a while, working for Mr. Knowles, and I had the opportunity to go and do some defense. The defense work that I did, mainly with public defender cases that were conflicts with the public defender, the contract I had covered those folks, and then I had a few private clients, actually made me a more well-rounded prosecutor. Because I almost wish that we had a system in the United States like they do in England, where the government prosecutors are simply handed a case to either prosecute or defend. And you can look at cases from both sides. I always did as a prosecutor anyway, but after you've been a defense attorney for a while, you really understand the system. You understand the position of your clients that generally you don't have any experience with from the prosecution side. And so after I decided I didn't want to do that contract anymore, and I was lucky because that contract's not even available anymore. They changed the public defender conflict procedure. I went back to the DA's office. And what I saw at the DA's office was not the DA's office that I worked in under Donald Sagerstrom and 4 other different district attorneys. And although I love working part-time, I almost felt duty-bound to, when this position became open, to come back to the DA's office and fix it, because it does need to be fixed. And so my goal is to fix the DA's office, make it even better than it was before, and move on from there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any follow-up questions or clarification for Mr. Newkirk? Yes? No? Okay. I did have one. So what would be the first thing you would fix?
The way the cases are initially processed and the decision to make the filing decision. Right now, the deputies are told to base that on probable cause. That's not ethical. It should be based on evidence that you feel you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury. And you should reevaluate the case as it goes through the system with that in mind at all times, and either not file the case at the beginning if there's not enough proof, or reevaluate the case and come up with a different disposition or dismiss it if necessary in the future.
Thanks very much. Okay, so we'll move on to Mr. Hovetter. Would you like me to read the question one more time?
No, thank you, Chairman. I have a
Okay.
question.
Thank you.
You've got my background, basically. What I would add to that is 27 years ago, when I raised my hand to protect and defend the Constitution of the state of California, I looked at my career as what I was going to be doing in the next number of years. And I would be going into a courtroom, I would be trying cases, and I would be fighting for the rights of victims and to hold people who violate the law accountable for what they did. I came here to Tuolumne County 21 years ago and raised my hand to do that same thing, but also to protect the citizens of the county of Tuolumne. And I've been doing that for the last 21 years. In the last 5 years, as the assistant district attorney, I've learned that there's much more to prosecution than being in a courtroom and going to jury trials. That there's an administrative side of this, that there's a budgetary side of this, that there's other county departments that are involved, and we all have to work together. So I've learned that you have to make difficult managerial decisions as an assistant DA in order to run the office good, always with the idea that justice is the most important thing. I've seen this office change, perhaps as Mr. Newkirk, not in the same ways at all, but when I came into the office 21 years ago, they were all attorneys who had been there for many, many years. I was the newbie, having 6 years under my belt. That's changed over the years. There has been turnover. There are differing opinions as to why that turnover is, and I'd be happy to answer those questions. But suffice to say that we now have a relatively young group of attorneys who are incredibly hardworking, incredibly earnest, incredibly talented, but the fact of the matter is they have less experience than I do, for example. We have a victim witness staff that is incredibly dedicated, that are ferocious in their advocacy as they should be, but they're subject to grants, state grants that come and go. And that's a difficult thing to deal with when you have people who are so passionate, so well trained, and then the possibility of finances are pulled from them. I have a support staff that does an incredible job. They are so knowledgeable, they are so hardworking, and we couldn't do what we do every day without them. In the last 5 years as assistant district attorney, I've been involved in the selection of a majority of those people. So I'm in a good position to know their strengths, to know the areas that they could work on. And my way of leading an office is to be alongside them, fighting those battles with them, giving them the tools to help them do a better job, and to get the office to feel as we are, that we're all doing the same thing together. I've been a member of CDAA as an instructor for 15 years now, and as an assistant district attorney, meeting with other DAs and other assistant district attorneys to understand that Tuolumne County isn't alone. This isn't a vacuum. This is a small rural county with challenges with crime, challenges with justice, challenges with budgets. And so I take my time to meet with those people, my peers, to learn what we can do to do our job better. Now, I don't know what Mr. Newkirk is saying about how the ethics have changed in this office. I have to respond to that our deputies are not told to file a case on probable cause. We look at our cases very, very carefully because our job as prosecutors is to see that justice is done. I would tell you that things are changing, that how we do law and societal norms and societal expectations are changing in terms of prosecution. What I did 27 years ago, you can't do now. It wouldn't be acceptable in a lot of ways. The things that people went to prison for are practically not criminal in some situations. And I'm not here to agree or disagree with those. I'm here to tell you that I understand that. That I understand that we have challenges that we face, and the only way that we're going to do our job and meet those challenges is to be proactive. not to rely on how things were done, but to look at how we need to do them today and tomorrow to do our jobs better, both fiscally, ethically, and to always protect the citizens of the county of Tuolumne and to hold people accountable when they violate those laws. My job is to take that 27 years of experience to understand that there are incredibly bright, talented, youthful people, some of them at the beginning of their careers, that need stability, that need someone who can bridge that gap. I've been here 21 years. I haven't gone anywhere. I've been in this office the whole time fighting for the citizens of this county, fighting for justice at all times, maintaining high ethical standards. And that's what I intend to do. And that is why I believe I would be the best person for this position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hovatter. Clarification or follow-up questions from the board? Okay, Supervisor Half.
Yeah, actually, I've got two questions for you, Mr. Hovatter, from comments that you made.
Yes.
The first one, you said you were fighting for the rights of victims. I'd like to know specifically how you do that.
I do that in a number of ways. One, I do it with the cases that I have, that I meet with my victims, that I talk to my victims, that I understand where they're coming from, what justice looks like to them. That entails some difficult decisions. Recently, there was a case where someone in a school position perpetrated on a young student, and the heinousness of the crime, as a prosecutor, as someone who wants to hold someone accountable, feels that they should be severely punished. But listening to the victim, but talking to the victim and finding out what justice looked like for that person and what the costs would be to move the case forward caused me to ask the court for a far lesser disposition than I would ordinarily do. Because it's not about winning or losing. It's not about how many years you can get on a sentence. It's what is right for the victim in terms of answering this question. There's more to it than that, but that answers that question.
Okay.
Second thing is working with, the second thing is working with victim witness, a group of people that care incredibly, and they serve a vital process, because I'll be candid, there are times when I am fighting my battles that I get tunnel vision a little bit. And then I have an advocate walk into my office and talk to me and remind me to open up my vision. Sometimes that does happen. And those people are sometimes subject to the vagaries of state funding. And it's my job, it would be my job as the district attorney to do everything in my power to keep those people working, to find resources for them, and to give them whatever support I can in the job that they do.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question, you mentioned that in your office there has been turnover, and you'd be happy to expound on that. So
Sure.
I'd like to give you the opportunity to do that right now.
Thank you, Supervisor Happ. So when I came to this office, most of the prosecutors were married with children, had been here a long time. I came and I was married but didn't have children, but shortly thereafter I had children. And the expression I use is putting your stick in the ground. After a lot of those people left, you now have to, as a small rural county, attract people. And the things that attract people are things like salary, things like benefits, things like whatever things someone coming out of law school wants. And where I think Tuolumne County is a great place, and a lot of us do, there are other people that don't. So we attracted people that came here that maybe wanted to get experience, because it's very common as prosecutors that you want to be a prosecutor, you'll take a job at whatever office you can, get that trial experience, and then move on to somewhere else. We had people leave because their wives couldn't get jobs here and had to leave. We had another individual who his wife had to leave, and so he left. We had some people leave because there were issues with their integrity and their ethics. There are other people that chose to leave perhaps because they didn't like the atmosphere in the office. But it's not a situation where the office was run poorly and the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office made it an unpleasant place to work. Because if you talk to the attorneys that are working right now, they will tell you, and I have no doubt, that this is an office of hardworking people, dedicated people who work together well. So there's been turnover. You can explain 15 years of stability when I first started for one reason, and you can explain a period of turnover for a lot of different reasons, but it's not because the office was mismanaged, and it certainly wasn't for any actions that I was involved in, and I'm not saying there were any, because I take an idea of mentoring and giving as much of my knowledge to new DAs as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
So were there other questions? Okay. All right.
Chairman Campbell, my question was answered by Supervisor Half.
Okay, great. Okay, so we'll move on to Ms. Janicki. Would you like me to read the question once more?
No, Supervisor Campbell, thank you. So I'll address each of the questions included in question one. First, a little bit about my background. I'm from San Jose, California. I moved to Las Vegas when I was 10. I did middle school and high school there, and then decided to take myself east. So I went to Boston University for college, graduated off the dean's list there, and knew that I wanted to be a lawyer, knew that I wanted to come home. So I came back to California and went to the University of San Francisco School of Law, where I also graduated cum laude. And when I was there, I came to understand that my calling as a lawyer was to be a prosecutor. I originally went in thinking I wanted to do family law, and I quickly disavowed myself of that belief. And so I started clerking for law offices in the Bay Area, or prosecutors' offices in the Bay Area. I was at the Santa Clara County DA's office, I was at the San Francisco County DA's office, and then when I graduated and passed the bar, I went back to the Santa Clara County DA's office as a post-bar clerk. Then I was on the hunt. I knew I wanted to be a prosecutor, and as Mr. Hovater alluded to, I was willing to go anywhere. I was willing to go anywhere so that I could do justice for the community that I lived in. And I interviewed at a bunch of different places, and they weren't the right fit, and then I came to Tuolumne County. And I interviewed with Mr. Hovater and a panel, and I thought the interview went terrible. I thought it was awful. I was like, okay, end of the road. This is it for me. And then I got a call back, and I met Laura Krieg. And we had a 2-hour-long interview where I figured out that this is where I needed to be. The reason I didn't get those other jobs is because I was meant to be here. And so she offered me the job, and I came up here so excited. I was thrilled. And I quickly came to understand that this was a place that I wanted to stay, that I wanted to grow and to thrive in, and that I wanted to serve. And so I moved my whole family up here. My mom lives with me, and my brother lives up in Miwok. And so I knew this is where I was going to be. The opportunities that this office has offered me, despite the fact that I only have 6 years of experience, have been rocket-like, if you will. I had the opportunity to try our second one-strike sexual assault case here in Tuolumne County, 2.5 years into my career. I'm currently second chairing a homicide with Mr. Hovater and lead chairing my own homicide. So despite the few years that I have in comparison to some of the folks that sit before you today, my experience is vast. And I have handled every type of case that has come through our office: child molest, sexual assault, homicides. Now, why do I want to be the district attorney? When Laura Krieg announced her candidacy for the Superior Court judge position, I knew that this was an opportunity that may not come around again. I knew that this was an opportunity that I wanted to take, grab by the horns, and mold myself into the person I think our office needs to lead us forward in the future. I love this county, and I would submit to you that I am different than the candidates that sit before you, the other candidates that sit before you, because I have spent the last 1.5 years building my managerial skills through interacting with other managers here in Tuolumne County, through self-study, and having the opportunity to informally manage a lot of our employees. And I think that I'm a different candidate because I know what our strengths are. I know what our weaknesses are. And I have set up 5 goals that I want to hit in the next 2 years with this position to address those issues. I think budget is a huge concern that we have, and it's one that I want to take, again, by the horns and really run with. Why I think I'm the best candidate is that I'm a community builder. I'm humble, and one of the things that I am eager to do is to improve our morale and retention. I'm not afraid to do new things, and I'm not afraid to go into the community to gain support for those new things. And ultimately, when you review my application packet, you will see that I have the support of my office, that the attorneys in my office wrote me letters of recommendation, hoping that I would be their next DA. And I think that makes me different. I also have a 30, 60, 90-day transition plan that I hope to implement with my team and to improve our leadership, to improve our morale, and to improve our retention. Ultimately, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. This is where I see my life being, and I think that as the DA, that's the position where I can make the greatest amount of difference. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you very much. Follow-up questions from Ms. Janicki? I'll check over here first. Okay. Supervisor Half? Did you say yes or no? Okay. So Supervisor Half.
All right, how do you pronounce your last name?
Janicki.
Janicki, Miss Janicki.
Yes.
Couple of things. You said you know the strengths and the weaknesses of the office. Would you care to expound upon that?
I would. It is a question
I noticed
listed,
that, yeah.
but would you like me to expound on it now?
Just briefly.
Sure. So I think that one of our strengths is our people. Others have alluded to it, but we have a remarkable staff. And I think it's a staff that, with one of our weaknesses, we don't serve them in the way that we should be. Our job necessarily entails an extreme amount of secondary trauma. And so the way that we manage our human resources needs to be trauma focused, and it needs to be done in a way that encourages our employees to be vulnerable and to speak out. And it also requires that they have the opportunity to lead at whatever level they are at in their careers. So it's a strength and a weakness. I also see the potential for budget cuts and federal grant and state grant funding going away. And so we have an incredible team that works so hard in our victim witness to gain grant funding. And then, those grants elapse. And so how do we create a stopgap for those employees that are grant-based? One of the ways that we need to do that, and this is one of the opportunities that we have and a goal that I have for my first 2 years, is that we must achieve national accreditation for Sunshine House. That is an incredible resource that we have to offer to Tuolumne County and to our most vulnerable victims. And we're in year 3 of 5 for that grant. And so we have to prioritize seeking that funding. So we have to look for alternative solutions. So those are just some of the strengths and the weaknesses that I see.
Thank you. Thank you. And then my other question is that you said you're a community builder.
Yes.
And I'd like to know how.
Yes, so I build community by trying to figure out people's whys so that we can get to the how. Ultimately, when we look at our multidisciplinary teams that we utilize in the criminal justice system, everybody is coming at the system from a different angle and with a different motivation. And every motivation is valid, and every motivation needs to be recognized and heard. And in doing that, you allow people to have buy-in. You figure out what their why is, you serve their why, and then you can come to the collective how we accomplish what we need to accomplish. And so that's something that I do very consistently. It's something that I've done when I work with my victims in my cases, right? Mr. Hovar alluded to meeting with victims. We do that every day. We have to. And you build a community with that victim, you build a community with that victim's family, and you serve them by figuring out what their why is so that then I know how to do my how. And that's just one of the ways that I build community.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I know Supervisor Brandon, you have a question, and we'll try to keep these follow-up questions brief and the answers brief as well, just in fairness to all the candidates. And could I have you adjust your mic? I think we're getting a little bit of a.
It's cutting out.
Yeah, it's cutting in and out, so we might.
It's either the battery issue or something.
It's misbehaving.
Well, I'll give it a whirl.
That sounds
and we'll
great,
see.
actually.
That's better?
That was a good test 1, too. I think.
Okay, we'll give that a
Okay.
try. I'll jiggle it a little bit if it doesn't keep working.
No, we'll figure it out.
Good.
We got a lot of moving parts going on right now, and so really thank you for for working with us.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Brandon, your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Janicki, one thing that stood out, and I had a question about, you have a lot of positions that were in various offices. I'd like if you could expand on some of that experience. Yeah.
Absolutely. So the positions in the various offices that I worked in were based on assignment. And so at the Santa Clara County DA's office, I was a misdemeanor attorney my first go around. And then my second go around, I had a really incredible opportunity to work in their forensic mental health and sexual assault division. I was also assigned to my supervisor was the lead on our lifer hearings. And so I got exposed to working on sexually violent predator cases, mentally disordered offender cases, and performing parole hearings there. When I was at the Marin County DA's office, I volunteered there for 6 months when I was in the job hunt. I conducted 6 misdemeanor jury trials, a number of court trials there, and a variety of motions. So that's kind of really where I got my feet wet in the initial piece of being a prosecutor and working jury trials. And then when I was at the San Francisco County DA's office, I had the opportunity to also work with their forensic mental issues unit. And when I was there, I performed a mentally disordered offender trial, which was a fascinating experience because we get to call the defendants as witnesses ourselves. And so that's kind of just some of the things that I've done at those other offices.
Okay. And just a short follow-up on that. So you mentioned a lot of these were fairly short and the position length, that was because it was a rotating position?
That's because they were internships while I was in law school. So they would last for a semester, they would last for a season. When I was with the San Francisco County DA's office, I did that for class credit, so I was there for the whole year.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to move on to question number 2. So this is going to go to start with Mr. Newkirk. Second question is, what is the primary role of the Tuolumne County District Attorney?
Yes, and as far as the district attorney's office.
You might have to, is your button on?
It is
Or
on.
pull it a little closer. You might have one of the more quiet microphones, so don't be afraid to get up close and personal with it.
It does seem to be very quiet. The primary goal or role of the district attorney's office, obviously, is to ethically and professionally prosecute cases that are brought before it. But the primary role of the district attorney is to make sure that staff and attorneys have the appropriate guidelines and the appropriate policies that they should follow when they're actually charging those cases, when they're actually prosecuting those cases and moving forward. In addition, the district attorney is the supervisor for the victim witness unit, for the staff, the department head for the department, certainly. So with all those different positions come different hats. And you have to make sure that you can adequately supervise the different units, that you can motivate them to do their best job. And for the most part, the staff and the victim witness units are doing a great job. And in addition, the district attorney needs to act as sort of a liaison to all the different law enforcement agencies. You should be able to interact with them in a professional manner so that they can get input from the agencies if that's necessary, so they can instruct the different agencies on perhaps problems that the district attorney sees or perceives. And so it's almost a liaison for the entire criminal justice system in Tuolumne County as well as outside of the county, and even acting as a liaison between the courts. Sort of the eyes and ears for the system to all the different agencies, and then to bring that back to the office and prosecute in a fair, just, and ethical manner.
All right, thank you. Follow-up questions? Supervisor Brandon.
Chairman Campbell, not a question, but only a request of a point of privilege to be able to take a 2-minute break.
Yeah,
We
sure.
can wait till the end of these questions for the candidates, if that's fine.
Okay. Were there any other follow-up questions for Mr. Newkirk? Okay. So I will go ahead and take a 2-minute break, reconvene at 1:50, say 1:56. second session. So we were on question number 2, and Mr. Newkirk, you had answered the question. Thank you very much. So we'll go on to Mr. Hovatter. The question was, what is the primary role of the Tuolumne County District Attorney?
Thank you, Chairman. The primary role of the Tuolumne County District Attorney is to be the overseer of the administration of justice in Tuolumne County. I'll agree with Mr. Newkirk that that has a lot of hats to it. Obviously, the district attorney is charged with making sure that the district attorney's office operates with the most efficiency as possible, that the employees are happy, motivated, that the office is operating efficiently, that it's being mindful of the budget constraints within the county because it's one department out of many departments. On the other hand, when you talk about what is the administration of justice, that involves many different agencies, from the arresting agencies, California Highway Patrol, the Sheriff's Office, Sonora Police Department, and other agencies. You have the probation department, you have the prison here. And all those pieces interlock at some various point in time. So the responsibility of the district attorney is to maintain contact, communication, cooperation with all those agencies with a constant focus on what are we doing, why are we doing it, can we do it better? So you're always looking at all those different aspects of that relationship. So it requires having those contacts. That's why what I do is I'm constantly in contact with the warden of the prison or the commander of the local CHP office or Sheriff Pooley or Chief Vanderweel to be able to discuss back and forth if something's being done good, something's not being done good, what can we do to improve it? It's also, as I said earlier, understanding that Tuolumne County is one of many rural counties that is faced with the same challenges of administrating justice. And so to be able to keep contact with those people in order to find out what's working for you, what isn't working for you, what can we do? Because we are all in this together, not just Tuolumne County, but the state of California. So the role of the Tuolumne County District Attorney is to make sure that the system, the administration of justice here in Tuolumne County works to the very best possible while keeping an eye out on what's going on in the state, what are the trends, what are the directions, because it's changing. The landscape is constantly changing, and you need to be aware of those changes, you need to see them coming, and you need to work with all the people in the system to address those changes and be as efficient as possible with them.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions for Mr. Hovatter? Okay, Supervisor Half.
Yes, Mr. Hovatter, I heard you say that it's important to keep the office happy and motivated. How do you do that?
So there's some of that pertains to some of the questions we're going to go into, but when I became acting district attorney, the first thing I did, the first week that I became acting district attorney, is I said, I want 15 minutes of everyone's time individually in my office. And what I told them was, this is a time for you to tell me what you want to tell me. I want frankness, I want candor, I want an open door situation. And so that's what I did. So I collected information. What made the support staff happy? Everybody is an individual. Everybody gets a different motivation for why they come into the job and do it each day. And even though they may be working in the same department, they have different motivations. My job, especially in a transition, is to say, this is a clean slate, if you will. This is a new person with a new philosophy. So tell me what's been working for you, what hasn't worked for you, and especially understand that I'm comfortable with criticism or complaints, because that's how you make the changes. Someone coming in and saying, I'm happy, everything's great, is not as useful and productive as someone who says, yeah, things are good, but this is something I would prefer more. And so that's the first thing I did, was take the time to collect that feedback and then actually do something, start looking at what people wanted to do and see if there was anything I could do to affect those changes.
Acting DA Hovatter, one question on the DA's office as it is right now. We've received presentations in the past. It's talked about for both, I think, the public defender and the DA, that very heavy workload, the number of cases per attorney. Is that an example of a very high-functioning team, as you mentioned earlier, or is that an example of something you might change related to the number of cases each attorney might take on?
I think we might be able to, I don't know, look to county council. That might be a little outside the scope of the question. I think we'll probably get to that through some of the additional questions we have.
I think that Supervisor Brandon can ask the question, but because it is a little bit outside the scope, I would recommend you ask that of everyone.
So do you want to?
That can be done.
Okay. So do you want to continue with the question for each candidate or work it through the other questions?
Mr. Chairman, what do you mean?
What county council has said is that you can't ask the question, but if you do, if you'd like an answer from Mr. Hovatter, you would need to ask the question to each of the
No,
additional candidates.
I think we can move on. It could be part of another question.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hovatter. So the question now goes to you, Ms. Janicki.
Thank you, Supervisor Campbell. So yes, I agree with Mr. Newkirk and Mr. Hovatter that the primary role of the district attorney is to be the lead administrator of justice within our county. But I think I come at that role differently than some of the folks who are before you today. I see that role as a bridge builder. We are in a time period where if you listen to our state legislature and you look at a lot of the state bills that are coming before our legislature right now in relation to criminal justice reform, there is a distinctive feeling that they don't trust prosecutors, they don't trust law enforcement, and they would like to take away the discretion that we utilize as prosecutors every day. And knowing that that is the environment that we are existing in right now, the job of a DA is more than seeking prosecution. The job of the DA is to build community and to have early intervention styles that benefit the community, decrease recidivism, and avoid having folks come into the criminal justice system. It is more than simply filing a case and taking it through trial. It is absolutely also that, but it is a far more robust position than that. And in order to do that, you have to have contact with your law enforcement partners, but you also have to have contact with all of the community members that interact with our justice-involved folks every day. That means having representation on homeless issues. That means trying to implement a robust misdemeanor diversionary program. So yes, the sphere of what a prosecutor does is to prosecute cases. It's us being in court. It's us seeking to put violent predators behind bars and making our county safer. But how we make our county safer is not just through convictions. It is through being a community builder and a bridge builder. And so that, in my opinion, is what the primary role of the Tuolumne County DA is. It's to respond to the changes in our criminal justice system, be at the forefront of those changes to ensure that whatever changes come to Tuolumne County, we have the greatest amount of influence on so that we make sure to benefit the people of Tuolumne County.
Thank you very much. Follow-up questions? Ms. Janicki. All right, thank you. Mr. DeTemple, you need me to read the question again?
No. Thank you. Basically, the DA is the chief law enforcement officer in the county. So they're the face of law enforcement in the county. And so they have to act in an appropriate way. They have to reach out to other agencies, foster good working relationships, and make sure that your people in the office have the support and resources to accomplish the mission. And the mission, obviously, is seeking justice. And you do that by dispensing justice in a fair and equitable way. And essentially, we're the gatekeepers of the justice system. We decide what cases come in, what cases stay out, and how we prosecute cases moving forward. And the best way to do that is make sure that your office is running efficiently. And you do that by fostering an attitude of teamwork. And I've done that my entire career working in law enforcement, on a patrol team, special assignments, working in special assignments now as a DA. It's very important to work as a team. There's so much coming at you as a DA. It's like Lucy at the chocolate factory. It just keeps coming and coming, and things get by you, and you need people that have your back. You have to know that management, and that would be the DA, has their back, that you're supporting them, that they're not walking around on eggshells worrying about getting in trouble, that there's a collective teamwork atmosphere working on these cases, and that everyone's working together. And I've had a history of doing that all throughout my career, and that's what I would bring as a DA. And that's, I think, one of the most important things to do as a DA. And that's also reaching out, as I said, to other agencies, including the Public Defender's Office, because like Ms. Janicki said, there's going to be a lot of these diversion-like programs and things moving forward. And you can only do that in a collaborative way with the PD, with probation, obviously the board. We're going to come to you asking for all kinds of resources. I know they're not available right now, but we're going to be pushing in that direction. So that's the main job of a DA.
Thanks very much. Follow-up questions? Mr. Goldenberg, or Supervisor Goldenberg.
Sorry, little mic problem there. Mr. Dutemple, you mentioned fostering teamwork. Can you give an example of how you would foster teamwork?
Well, what I do now as a supervisor is we staff cases regularly. So we have meetings, people come in, they talk about their cases, and we basically roundtable them. And it's not a gotcha kind of mentality. It's more like everyone pitching in. And I do it too. I have a caseload, and it's amazing some of the young kids that are in the unit, and I call them kids because they're about my daughter's age, but right out of law school that have almost zero experience, have some real great ideas how to tackle a case. And I think, I wouldn't say enjoyable is the word, but I think most of the people really appreciate that time, because you're bouncing cases off people. And when you foster that, they're not hoarding their cases and things don't slip by. So that's one way I do it.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I already lost my place. So Mr. Newkirk, you have already had this question, right?
Yes, number 2.
Okay, so we're going to move on to question number 3. And this is going to go to Mr. Hovetter. The district attorney position includes responsibilities as a manager and an elected leader enacting the will of the people. Give us an example of your leadership or management style which conveys how you would approach this position.
Okay. So the words that I would use for my management style would be things like open door and motivation. And by I say open door, I mean that we're a small office. So I want anybody in our office who has a question or a concern to come into the office and talk to me and be able to express their feelings. And that's something that has happened as long as I've been the assistant DA. A lot of staff have come to me to discuss certain situations or ask for counsel or help. As far as mentoring and motivating, I lead by example. My staff sees that I work hard and that I'm constantly looking at doing anything I can to improve what I do, and I encourage that with them. And so those are two things that deal with my management style. But some of the things that I have also done is, as a leader, is look at, when you're looking at the will of the people, we have to look to be more efficient in our office. That's one of the things with budgetary restraints and with work hours and whatnot, we need to be more efficient. So one of the first things I did as acting DA was to open up the paperless transition that we're doing. And what I'm doing with that, my leadership style there, is I'm relying on some of the people who are younger than me, who are more well-versed at that paperless transition, to lead that move. And then I'm making sure that support staff and the other people in the office, the boots on the ground, have input into how the process works. They're the ones that know the process. They're the ones that are going to be using the process. So I'm not just saying, I'm here and this is what I want done. It's an organic process where the whole office is involved. That's one of my leadership styles. Secondly, with the will of the people, as I've talked about several times now, the laws are changing. And so you've heard the word diversion used many times. And diversion is something that it is here with us, and it's something that has positive benefits to it. It's a way of reducing the amount of cases that go through the court system. It's a way of allowing people to be involved in the rehabilitation process. So that's a very important thing. So I'm working with my deputies all the time on cases to talk about when is a case suitable for diversion, when it's not, with the idea of teaching those attorneys to make those decisions on their own. You want those younger attorneys feeling comfortable and making those decisions, but there's a process with education and experience that goes involved with that. Also, I have a program I'm about ready to implement which is called pre-filing diversion. And that is something where someone who doesn't have a criminal history, who has done something completely outside of their normal way of operating, and now there's a potential for a criminal case, you can get to that person before that case is filed. You can give them options that they go and they seek the help and the issues that they need to deal with. And if they do that in a reasonable amount of time, then they can avoid having a criminal prosecution. So that is something that my leadership style is confronting the will of the people, the changes in the law, and actually taking steps to do that. Also, the issue of addiction. Addiction is something that many, many years ago as a prosecutor, people did drugs, that was a crime, and let's punish them. I've come to realize over the years that addiction is a disease and that a lot of people are hopping onto the cycle of criminality because of that addiction. And as DA, what I want to do is take a proactive role to work with the sheriff, for example. The new jail has classrooms. And what I want to do is work with the sheriff, look for funding, and find a way to implement a program so when someone is in jail, they can address their addiction problems and actually use that incarceration time to better themselves, to change that cycle of violence. That's a leadership style for me where I'm not afraid to go out, to use my role, my position, my connections, my experience with these heads of these agencies and say, look, we have problems, we need to address them, let's do something outside the box and take care of that problem.
Thanks very much. Follow-up questions? Okay, Supervisor Half?
Yeah, hi. I'd like to ask a follow-up question regarding, you said any concern that's brought up to you in the office should be expressed. What happens after that?
What happens after that is I look at whether or not it's something that needs to be addressed by way of a policy, by way of discussions with other employees. Sometimes it's a person coming in and just wanting to be heard. Sometimes an employee will come in and say, you know, something happened, somebody said that this procedure wasn't done and I think it was, and so I have to look at that situation and determine what is really happening or not happening and take action if it needs to happen. But the important thing for me is that I want them to feel comfortable, and I believe they do feel comfortable coming to me, that wasn't me, coming to me and addressing any concerns they might have. I'm not saying, Supervisor Half, that people are marching in my door constantly with that. I'm saying that I tell them that we're all doing this together, that we're all part of a team, and I want to do everything I can to make that team as happy and as motivated as possible.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, I had one follow-up question on the area of diversion.
Okay.
You mentioned that, diversion is a good program. Can you give me an idea of how many people went into diversion programs through the DA's office in, say, the last year?
So there's different types of diversion. The newest diversion, the misdemeanor diversion that Ms. Jenneke is talking about, just came in this year in January of 2021 under, I think it's 1000.95 of the Penal Code. And it talks about different classes of crimes that can be diverted. So when I talk about diversion, that's what I'm talking about. The fact that the law is now saying, all right, you can have diversion, and so these are the crimes you can or you can't. Previous to that, there were forms of diversion for certain types of drug crimes. And I don't have an answer for you, Supervisor Goldenberg, as to how many people were utilizing that. The focus now is on the new legislation that's been enacted and what we can do as prosecutors to make sure that it's not abused, but that it's used, that we recognize that there's a need for it, that there's a place for it, and that we need to be thoughtful about when we allow it, even though the statute says the court can do it on its own.
Thank you.
Thank you. So another follow-up from Supervisor Kirk.
Just because we're talking about diversion, would a fair question to be, or to ask, that a lot of diversion, or there's a lot less people ineligible for diversion because of the way crimes are now prosecuted, i.e., I guess what I'm trying to say is a lot of cases are coming before you guys maybe don't meet diversion because of their seriousness or violence. Is that maybe a reason why there would be less diversion?
So the diversion statute is very, very specific, and it says just about all misdemeanors can be subject to diversion with the exception of 646.9, which is annoying or molesting a child, domestic violence, and there was one other one that's escaping my mind. So right now, a lot of different crimes, most of them can be diverted. There are certain felonies that are called wobblers, and those are ones that can be misdemeanors or felonies. And in those situations, what I would direct our deputies and what we're going to have discussions with is if this is something that is completely out of the ordinary, unusual, there's no criminal history, and it might be a felony and it can be reduced, we need to take a good, hard look at having that person eligible for diversion. That's the right thing to do, and it's the direction that the criminal justice administration is going. But it's a case-by-case situation.
President Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In speaking about leadership and management style, one thing important to me that I try to act in good faith with is servant leadership. I think one thing you can tell about a leader is not only how they win, but how they lose. And this is a question I'd like to ask to many of the other candidates. Given that I believe 3 are working in the same office, how would you handle if one of your colleagues was selected for the position? What would your leadership style in the office be?
So that is outside the scope, so you are saying you want to ask that of every candidate?
Is that outside the scope of leadership style?
I'll look to County Council, what her opinion is.
Well, I mean, I think it's related, but I do think, because you're specifically asking about what would happen if another person's selected within the office. Maybe that is something that could just be asked of 1 or 2 candidates that are currently in the office.
I would just say it would only apply to 2 of the candidates. So I don't know if it would be fair for 4.
Okay, so why don't you ask it of Mr. Hovetter and then Mr. Janicki, sorry, Ms. Janicki? Is that good with you?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mr.
so
Hovetter, are you clear on the question, or would you like Mr. Brennan to restate?
I think, well, if you want to go ahead and read it again, I think I have it down, but just.
Absolutely, it's not a problem. I believe in servant leadership, and I think one thing about being a servant leader and being a leader is not just how you win, but also how you lose. Given that there are colleagues here on the board, how would you handle, in the case your colleague was chosen, what would your leadership style be in that capacity?
Sure. So this process is bigger than me by a long shot. You don't come into this job and do it as long as I've done it when you're looking for your own ego. So to me, what I want is what's best for the office, for the district attorney's office, what's best for the county of Tuolumne. If you as members of the board decided someone else, in this case we're really talking about Ms. Janicki or I, then that's your decision, and I will follow that decision, and I will go back to my office and do whatever job I'm assigned to do and continue to use my experience to help those that are younger than me. But I know that there are hierarchies, if you will. So if I were to not be selected and Ms. Janicki was to be the DA, then she would be my boss and she would be the one charged with directing me for what I would do, and I would follow what she would tell me to do. There would be no other way to do it. That's what this is about what's best for this office and what's best for the county of Tuolumne. And I don't have any issues or any ego situation that would run afoul of that.
And Ms. Janicki, same question to you. If you were to not be selected and your colleague was, what would your leadership style be in following their office?
Absolutely, thank you. Mr. Hovater and I have discussed this at length. When I put my hat in the ring for this position, prior to him also doing that, we discussed what it would look like if I was chosen. We discussed what it would look like if he was direct appointed by the board at some point. And I completely agree with Mr. Hovater that this is not about me. This is about what is best for Tuolumne County. And he and I can disagree about whether or not we think we are the best candidate. But ultimately, I have faith that our goal is the same. Our why is the same. And so ultimately, we lead by example. Mr. Hovater's there on the weekends, I'm there on the weekends. When we have tough stuff that comes up, we talk about it. And so, frankly, I don't know that anything would change. Because at the end of the day, we still are who we are, and we are going to lead the office in the best way that we can. And that's in supporting each other and making sure that our employees are supported.
Thank you, and thank you for the leeway on the question there.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so it's hard to keep track, so I think, Ms. Janicki, you have the question next. I'm going to go ahead and read it again.
Sure.
The district attorney position includes responsibilities as a manager and as an elected leader, enacting the will of the people. Give us an example of your leadership or management style which conveys how you would approach this position.
So I think it's appropriate to first address just what my managerial and leadership style is. And so I start with the adjective of humble, because I agree with Supervisor Brandon that when you are a leader, you serve the people that you lead. And in doing so, I think some of the most important things in a leader and things that I try to embody when I manage and lead other individuals is having an open line of communication that clearly conveys what our expectations are, what our boundaries are, and allows for our employees to come to us and to be vulnerable. Over the last year and a half, I've been really diving deep into different managerial styles and doing, as I mentioned earlier, some self-study. And I've been working a Dare to Lead group with the leaders over at Child Welfare Services.
So sorry to interrupt you. Your mic is cutting in and out.
In and out again?
Apologize.
That's okay.
Sorry, you were talking about.
Okay, I will listen for that. And I've been working in that group to try and really identify ways to improve leadership and management at the Tuolumne County DA's office. And I think that starts with open lines of communication and clear boundaries. And when you manage a team, you have to meet people where they're at. And so one of the ways that I do that is by trying to find out how each employee wishes to be led. When Mr. Hovater mentioned meeting with all of the employees, if I were selected as the DA, that is a part of my 30-day plan, because I think it's important to bring our team together as individuals and have them assess what they think our strengths and weaknesses are, what our opportunities and threats are to the organization. Because ultimately, I want to embody a leadership at all levels mentality. I could not do my job without every single person in that office also doing their job. And so to that extent, we have to employ a leadership at all levels style. And in order to do that, that's bringing folks in, that's talking to people, that is creating teams and then encouraging them to work as teams. And so that is what I would do to implement my managerial style.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Okay, thank you. Mr. Dutemple, same question. Would you like me to read it again?
No, thank you. I really don't have a management style. I mean, I guess if you were to describe it, it would be I'm a player's coach, or, I work with my people. I try to give them the support they need. Team atmosphere, collaborative when possible, and again, foster that relationship where they're not worried about getting in trouble. They're more worried about getting the job done right and aren't afraid to ask for help. I think it's very important, however, that you're very clear and concise as to what your expectations are. And if there is a problem, you deal with it immediately, and that you're very clear as to what you don't want to have happen again, and very clear how you want them to move forward. Now, during my career, I've had tons of supervisors in management styles, and I've seen real strict managers succeed and fail, and same with real lax managers succeed and fail. And the failure is always just being very vague and not being clear and concise as to what they want. So that's very important. So again, fostering a team relationship, an atmosphere where people can succeed and do what they need to do. And you do that again by being collaborative.
All right, thanks very much. Follow-up questions? All right, thank you. Mr. Hovetter. Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Newkirk.
Thank you. I'm going to focus a little bit more on enacting the will of the people, because there are some times when DAs don't like the statutes that come down from the legislature. They may not like the propositions that come down directly from the people, but that's what we are dealt with, and that's what we have to abide by. The statutes are not there for us to pick and choose. The statutes are there as guidance to us on what the law is. And as far as the will of the people in Tuolumne County, I think that it's important for the DA to talk with other leaders in the county, talk with the board, talk with other citizens, and sort of see what the collective will of this community is, and see what's important to them as far as prosecution. But ultimately, you have to focus on the statutes that are enacted by whoever enacts them, and follow within those guidelines. As far as my leadership style, I'm definitely of this same team of Mr. Hovater, where you lead by example. If you're professional, if you're honest, if you're ethical, people are going to see that, and they should follow your guidance. In addition, I think that your staff and the people that you deal with need to know specifically what your guidelines are for dealing with cases as they come in, dealing with other agencies and things like that, so that not only can they follow your lead as far as being professional and ethical, but they have something to fall back on if you don't happen to be there at the time, so that they can see what the guidelines are and go from there. And I'm not talking about nitpicky little guidelines for if a case comes across your desk like this, you have to do this specifically. I'm talking more about broad guidelines that focus on justice, fairness, and being ethical. So leading by example would be my management style.
All right, thank you very much. Follow-up questions? Yes? Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so Mr. Hovetter, you answered that question, so we're going to move on to question number 4. And we're going to start with Ms. Janicki. Okay, is that, we want to make sure we can
had a
hear
microphone
the
change.
wonderful things you're saying, so.
Thank you.
Okay,
Same.
great. All right. With what you know about the current district attorney's office, what would you say are the top 3 strengths? What are the top 3 notable weaknesses, and how would you address them?
Thank you. So I addressed what I believe the strengths are a little bit earlier with Supervisor Half, but I'll go into a bit more detail here now. I think our top 3 strengths are the human element that exists in my office, the wonderful attorneys, support staff, victim witness advocates, and all of our management team that come to work every day and do the best job that they can. Those individuals embody a passion for what we do that is also a strength. And then we have an incredible community here in Tuolumne County that is supportive of our office, supportive of law enforcement, and is supportive of the seeking of justice. And so that's an incredible strength that, frankly, when I look across the state of California, not every DA's office, not every law enforcement community is benefited by. With those strengths in mind, I really dislike the word weakness. I think that we have opportunities for growth in our office and opportunities for change, and so I'll discuss those. First and foremost is funding, right? Budget's going to be tight. COVID has changed the world in a variety of ways, and we have to be a more efficient and more fiscally responsible district attorney's office. When I look at our budget, we're 80% people, 20% operating costs. So when I think about our budget, there isn't a whole heck of a lot for me to do except to cut bodies. And that's never something that we want to do, because every person in my office provides a vital part in our seeking of justice. And so what does that mean? We need to diversify our funding sources. And so a weakness and an opportunity that we have is in seeking prosecutorial grant funding. Our victim witness rocks it when it comes to seeking, obtaining, and managing grant funding. But in my opinion, our office has lagged behind in trying to seek prosecutorial grant funding. And so 2 grant funding sources that I've identified that I think would be applicable to our office include the Office of Traffic Safety DUI grant program that is annual. As Mr. Hovater mentioned, we're moving into this paperless operating system and really digging deep into how we use our case management system. And so that provides us with an opportunity to be able to enter into grant administration and more complex grants to be able to really track those cases and accurately report our numbers to the state. When we look at driving under the influence cases in Tuolumne County, we hit, I think it's 4 out of the 5 OTS metrics that they use to assess whether or not they give a county grant funding from OTS. And so that is an opportunity that we have to shore up the weakness in our funding. I've also been looking at federal grants specific to rural domestic violence and sexual assault. COVID, again, as I mentioned, changed practically everything. But what we also saw from that was an increase in DUI crime, but also in domestic violence crime. And so looking at that grant cycle, which unfortunately the grant was due today, we would be needing to look at creating a really robust grant application program for the next cycle. And so those are some opportunities that we have to kind of shore up that funding weakness on the prosecutorial side. The issue of retention and caseloads has been mentioned here today, and diversion. And so I think that a weakness we have is in attorney retention. I mean, I am the only person still in my position since I started here. We have lost 12 attorneys over that time period, and we can talk about all the reasons that they left, but we should also really talk about the reasons they didn't stay. And so one of those things is caseload. We are a heavy caseload office. And so to the extent that we can address that caseload by implementing pre-filing diversion programs, not just the court-required diversion programs, but a pre-filing diversion program, that decreases the amount of cases that end up having to go through the criminal justice system and ultimately decreases the number of cases that my attorneys have to manage every day. Moreover, when we look at a weakness, a notable weakness that we have, our jury pools are changing. And so we really have to be assessing differently the cases that we bring to trial to really try and shore up our success at jury trials and to address the issues of our success at jury trials.
Thank you. Follow-up questions? Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, hey Cassandra, something that
Yes.
came to mind when you were talking about grant funding for prosecutorial, I'm sorry, how do you say the word?
Prosecutorial.
Thank you.
There it is.
That's why I'm not a lawyer. With grant funding, would that include getting more staff to do that work? Or is
Yes.
it just getting the funding because you have a workload issue, like you said?
Yes, so obviously with grant funding, very few grants allow you to supplant positions that are already paid for, right? But what getting additional attorney positions does is it decreases the workload on our attorneys and it spreads, the wealth of our work around. I filed the DUI cases for about 2.5 years, and I could have done just that, taken all those cases to trial, and that's a full-time position. Same thing with domestic violence. I do that now. That's almost a full-time position, but we don't have the luxury of them being full-time positions, so those cases aren't given as much as they could be if we had additional people. And so those grants would give us that opportunity to add to the number of attorneys that we have.
But with the amount of turnover in trying to find staff, is that maybe a reason why we haven't been so successful in grants? Is because even if you get the grant, do you have the resources to implement it with staffing? Or do you see that as an issue?
So I see the retention problem as separate from that.
Okay.
Because ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, people leave for a variety of reasons, but they also choose not to stay. And so workload is one of those reasons. And so to the extent that we can decrease the workload for our attorneys who stay, and then capitalize on new attorneys coming into the office and diversifying us even further, I think that those are two separate issues.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, Supervisor Brandon?
See, Ms. Janicki, just real quick, had mentioned 3 strengths. I think you had 2. What would be the third one? You'd said human, element, community.
The passion of our human element in my office. Folks can come to work every day, do what they have to get their paycheck, and go home at night. And not one person in my office does that. Every person in my office has the passion and the dedication to stay after, to be there early, and to serve the people of Tuolumne County. And so the human element is incredible, but the passion that they demonstrate is also a strength.
Great, thank you. Okay, Mr. DeTemple. If we allow you a brief moment for
Changeover?
disinfecting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we're good to go.
Do you need me to read the question again?
No, that's okay.
All right.
I'm not in the office, the Tuolumne County DA's office, but I do kind of know people there, and I kind of keep my finger on the pulse a little bit. As far as strengths, you heard from this panel, our victim witness division in Tuolumne County is probably one of the best in the state. And when I worked real closely with them doing my domestic violence duties, filing cases, I worked real close with the head of that department, Ginger Martin. When I left, I went to a county, the only county in the entire state that doesn't have victim witness working under the DA's office, and it just makes it real difficult. And it would be great to come back and use that resource again, to go across the hall and say, hey, Ginger, I need some help here, and her to come across the hall and talk to me if there's an issue. In fact, when I was in Madera County, I had a murder case that I needed help in getting someone, basically the state's equivalent of witness protection, and she knew how to do that, and I called her, and she helped me. So again, that's a great plus for the DA's office. The support staff, again, is amazing. I know a lot of them, and amazingly, between victim witness support staff, not much turnover, and I think that shows where turnover is an issue, and you want to try to minimize that as much as possible. Due to our size, the relationship we have with law enforcement when I left was really good. Both the sheriff's department and the PD, they don't have cadre of investigators. So if someone got a case, they had to work it through pretty much till the end, unless it was a specialized case. So as a deputy DA, you built those relationships, you were able to foster them. And in a bigger jurisdiction where I'm at, you don't really get that as much. I mean, I do now with the specialized assignment because I work with a lot of the sex crimes deputies and officers, but that's a big plus. I would say another plus of the office is working collaboratively with the court. the court really gets involved with pre-hearings, to try to settle cases, and they hold defense counsel and the prosecution, kind of holds their feet to the fire, and it kind of moves things along. You don't get that in some of the other jurisdictions that I've dealt with. So those are the pluses. The negatives, you heard about Carpel. That's the case management system. And you talked about steps to get it to be paperless here in Tuolumne County. Well, we just moved to that case management system in Madera County less than a year ago, and we're already paperless. And I'm just wondering why it's just such a placeholder in Tuolumne County. And I would try to move that forward and get that going. And there's a lot of advantages to that, especially moving to a new facility, not having to take all those files and things. I think that's something you really need to look at. Also, the Carpel system we set up, we're able to track funding for like the prison crimes grant. Prison crimes is under my org chart. I supervise them. And we found that we were under charging the state. And we found that if we charged more, that we had more money. We were actually able to add a position based that, and we could track that in Carpel. Also keeping track of Brady and Brady officers that are assigned to cases. That's very important. Protect us against liability. That's something that I don't think Tuolumne County has. That's something I would implement. Again, the turnover is a second thing. That's devastating to an office. It lowers morale and increases the caseload. It's just devastating. So as a DA, you have to create an environment to try to keep people to stay, as Ms. Janicki was talking about. And just an environment that's, even though things are tough, that you got people on your side working with you moving forward. And the last thing is I think there's a lack of some policies and procedures to give us guidance, some of the deputies, in some real tough areas, especially coming down the pike with some of the new law changes. And I'm speaking specifically of Brady, which is where you're required to turn over exculpatory evidence to defense counsel, and how that relates to witnesses and law enforcement. Officer-involved shootings. That's another area where I don't know if there's good policies and procedures. I know that I'm part of the shooting team in Madera County, and we had to revamp those procedures. And same with the Brady policy. So those are the weaknesses, and if I'm appointed, those are the things I would tackle straight away.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so Mr. Newkirk?
Thank you. I'm going to sound like a broken wheel here, but the Victim Witness Unit is an excellent unit, and it has been, and it has staff in there that's been there for years. The staff of the District Attorney's Office is excellent as well, and they've been there for years. What's interesting is Victim Witness has their own supervisor, and the staff have their own supervisor, and they have some definite longevity in the people who work in those units. The attorneys, the strength, another strength of the office is the attorney's ability to work through pretty much all kinds of different cases in a short period of time. Like you've heard from Ms. Janicki, she's just been there 6 years. She's already up to a Deputy 4 and handling this wide variety of cases, which is what happens in a small department. That's good in the sense that you get a very wide breadth of experience. Perhaps it's lacking because you don't get specialized in a certain area. But if you were in another large DA's office, you'd be stuck doing DUIs or juvenile crimes or something very specific for a long period of time before you'd ever be able to branch out like all the deputy DAs here do, where you're doing a lot of different things early in your career. But that brings me to the notable weaknesses. The first notable weakness is the terrible retention that we've had in that office since I left, since Mr. Knowles took over, and then Ms. Krieg. Ms. Janicki talked about the 12 in the 6 years she was there, but since I left in 2012, it's closer to 20. And for an example, when I left the DA's office, I had 20 years of experience. I wasn't the senior deputy. There's one deputy that had a few years ahead of me, Mr. Hansen. Laura Krieg was the junior deputy with about 8 years experience. So you had this really good group of very experienced, very capable attorneys that could handle pretty much anything that was thrown at them with very little supervision. Since 2012, and I can only blame the management, the attorneys come, and some of them, and I've talked to most of them that have left, some of them leave because of the ethical issues that they perceive in the office. Some of them leave for personal reasons and things like that. But more importantly, there were several people that were forced out of the office because they didn't fit the prosecutorial style that the office was looking for. We lost some really good people. One became a commissioner over in Calaveras County. Others went to other counties to be prosecutors. So to go through that many people, and to go back, when I was, in the 20 years I was there, 9 people left. 2 of them by retirement. So when you have 7 people that leave during my time there and almost 20 in 9 years, there's got to be a problem. And if the victim witness staff is happy and stays, if the staff is happy and stays, and the attorneys aren't happy and leave, I think that reflects on the weakness of the office. So that would be the first weakness I'd go into. And the other thing about the case would be the caseload. And that, it also goes with my third thought about the weakness of the office is the policy. As a defense attorney, I see the cases that are filed in that office. And I also see that there's so many cases that should never have been filed. I think I put on my DA hat and say, would I have ever left this thing to go to the court without getting further follow-up or something like that? Because as a defense attorney, I can see the huge holes in the case that weren't filled by additional investigation. And so that's where it comes back to the policy. You need to set a policy on that each case should be filed only if there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Each case should be filed based on not just the criminal history of the defendant. If you've got a defendant who has a really bad criminal history, if you've got a weak case, you still shouldn't be filing that case. It doesn't matter if it's Charlie Manson who committed this crime. If it's not provable, don't file it. So we could reduce the caseload immensely from the deputies that are remaining by simply enacting appropriate policies on filing. That would keep them out of the court. It would keep them out of trial. And the other thing that I know is that the win-loss rate at jury trials has gone down dramatically. That could be based on the inexperience of the office. But again, the inexperience of the office, I think, is directly related to the management.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up questions? Okay, follow-up questions? All right. Okay, so I'll put I'll read the question, Mr. Hovetter, one more time. With what you know about the current district attorney's office, what would you say are the top 3 strengths? What are the top 3 notable weaknesses, and how would you address them?
Thank you, Chairman. So with regards to the strengths of our office, the words that come to mind to me, the first one is dedication. This is, as I've said a number of times, and I'm sure I'll say again, this is not just an 8-to-5 job. This is a calling. This is a passion. And that runs from the victim witness people who will respond to scenes of crime and go out in the middle of the night to comfort people and continue to give them support long after the case has been decided, to the support staff that we call on many, many times in this line of work where things happen suddenly and you need help, and they're willing to do whatever they can because they feel like they're part of the process. And then the prosecutors who, you can't do this job 8 to 5. Whether you're being efficient, whether you're whatever it is, 8 to 5 is not enough time. And anybody who signs on to be a prosecutor understands that from day one, and I've understood it for 27 years. Another part of our office to me is knowledgeable. There's a great group of people. The victim witness people have incredible training, have incredible skills, and bring lots of insight into the job they do into the prosecutors. The support staff are incredible in what they can do, and most of them, as has been said, have been doing it for a long time. one of the things with my management style is I want to encourage that they're doing more, that they've done this job for a particular period of time. Let's take you out of your comfort zone. Let's put you into a new assignment because I want to be able to rotate people around if necessary, so that everybody can do that job. And then, of course, the attorneys, they're on the young side, as Ms. Janicki said, though they're being exposed to cases that you wouldn't be exposed in a larger office. The last one that comes to mind to me is congeniality. Despite a number of the comments that have been said today, I will tell you that the people that are in that office, enjoy working with each other. No office of any size does everybody love everybody else, but everybody understands the job that we have, the mission that we have, and they all come into it with a good spirit of helping each other. What are the challenges that our office faces? Well, one of them is that we are understaffed. The reality of it is that crime and how crime is prosecuted has changed. It used to be years ago that you might have 2 Polaroid photographs, and then maybe you might have a cassette tape with a phone call. Now you have warrants for cell phones, you have warrants for pings, you have warrants for social media. So a case that 10 years ago, when Mr. Newkirk was in the office, maybe was an inch high, is now 6 or 7 inches high. So there's a lot of work, and it's a lot different with prosecution. So that means that we have to look to increase our efficiency. One of those ways of increasing efficiency is to become paperless. Another way is to look at programs like diversion, that pre-filing diversion that I've talked about implementing and I have ready to go, or the diversion that's called for in the penal code. So there's things that we can do as prosecutors to become more efficient to deal with that understaffing. But the reality of it is that this job is getting harder and harder, and the resources are getting less and less. Another challenge we face is reliance on grants. That's a fact that Victim Witness is reliant on 3 different grants right now, and one of them is going to be ending soon. So we have to look at ways to increase or reduce our dependency on state grants, which tend to be a little more fickle, and that's why I'm also involved in getting the Sunshine House to get its national accreditation. It's so we can get federal funding, which is more robust and more secure. Finally, one of our challenges has been uncertainty. Quite frankly, for the last year and a half, when Ms. Krieg decided she was going to run for the office, for the bench, that was a time that this office hasn't been sure of what they're going to do. And so that's something that we've been dealing with. It has an effect on how people operate, but that's going to come to a conclusion here, and the office will have some certainty. Prosecution requires prosecuting difficult cases, where some people might say you can't prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. In order to follow the victims of these crimes, you have to take those difficult cases. And I'm not here to apologize at the cases that we file. We look at them, we file them ethically, and we fight them as hard as we can. With the changing realities of this profession, we have to look at other alternatives, but we do not employ a lower standard, and that doesn't have anything to do with why anybody's left this office.
Thank you very much. I'm getting to that. Any follow-up questions? No? Okay. Thank you all very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We will return at 3:05. I don't think we need any rules, do we? Okay. Okay. Yeah, no one talk to each other, and we'll. Welcome again to this special meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. We are talking to our candidates for the open district attorney position. Thank you very much for waiting through this long process, but we have, the problem is that you are all so darn qualified and so good at what you do that we have to very carefully consider who would be the best person for the job. And so I had gotten some messages from folks that were having trouble getting the audio on our streaming on the Granicus system through the Tuolumne County website. There are still options available for folks to watch on Zoom and on the Access Tuolumne website. So I just wanted to make sure people were aware of those resources. I'm going to look to our board clerk to read some more information about how to access the meeting through those sites.
Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments through these media. These are available for audio and visual only. Access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live and or Comcast Cable 8. Zoom webinar via computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155 and or call in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 98737385155.
All right, thank you very much for that. Okay, so where we left off, we were on question number 5. I think we've had a good discussion up to this point. So question number 5 is going to go to Mr. Dewtemple. Prosecutors are held to a high ethical standard. How do you ensure that your deputy district attorneys know and adhere to those strict ethical standards?
Can you hear me okay? Oh, there we go. I think the DA has to lead by example. They're the face of law enforcement throughout the entire county and obviously for the office of the district attorney. And the way you lead by example is by running the office without fear and having zero tolerance for things like hostile work environment, sexual harassment, any type of discrimination, and nip that in the bud right away whenever it rears its head. I've had to deal with that as a supervisor in Madera County, and the job is just too hard to have an environment that's difficult to work in. Again, there's just too much going on that you have to not enjoy coming to work and working with the people that you're with. Also foster an environment where, again, the mission is seeking justice, whatever that means in a particular case. It's not about winning. It's not about crushing your opponent. I want my people to be ready to go to trial and not afraid to do it and have great success when they do it, but it's about seeking justice. And we've talked a lot about collaborative court. Well, we haven't yet. I will at some point, but diversion is a big thing. And to do that correctly, you have to run by a certain set of ethics. And I'll talk more about that in the next questions that deal with that. The big thing, I say the biggest fear of any DA that's running a shop or a supervisor is Brady. And you'll hear that time and time again, Brady obligations that officers have, that the DA's office has. And it's real important to have a good Brady policy. When I was promoted to supervisor, we had to scrap our entire Brady policy and start from scratch. And I think we have a real good system now. And it's important because it protects our office from liability, it protects our deputies from state bar discipline, and of course the county as well. And it really focuses in on ethics and what's important. And it also gives us an obligation of running down certain tips. If we hear that there is some malfeasance, it sets out a procedure of how we go about finding that out and making sure we have proper Brady files on that particular incident or person. So those are the main things dealing with ethics that I would bring to the table if appointed.
Any follow-up questions? Yes, Supervisor Half.
Okay, yes, I do have a question for you. Not working in the DA's office and not being very familiar with the Brady clause that you talk about, I want to know how exactly that pairs with ethics in the office.
Yes, Brady, again, big nightmare for DAs because it sets the law is that we have to turn over any exculpatory evidence to the defense. And that includes evidence of possible witness malfeasance and anything that reflects on their moral turpitude. And usually for DAs, that means law enforcement, because we're the ones that deal with them a lot. And also, we have a bunch of other people that we deal with, evidence techs, coroners, well, there's a whole host of people, but we have to keep track of those tips. Anything that can reflect on their bias as a witness, we have to turn that over to defense. Now, there are, we have to protect people's privacy, though, as well. So there's a lot of competing interests there, and you have to do it in a correct way. So it's important to have policies that reflect on that ethic, because we have a duty to turn over that kind of information. I mean, that's at the cornerstone of the justice system is fairness and justice. And you can't do that if you're not complying with one of the cornerstones of, reciprocal discovery and things like that. So that's where it kind of, and that's why I'm making a focus of it on ethics.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. No, okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Newkirk, would you like me to read the question?
No, Your Honor, Your Honor.
I was wondering if that was going to happen. I was thinking,
would.
This is
It was
going to turn
inevitable.
into a courtroom any moment. So many attorneys and got a dais, got a gavel here, 90% of the elements are there.
Yep.
No robes, that's right.
At any rate, I don't need the question read to me. But again, like Mr. Dew Temple said, you've got to lead by example. And to lead by example, you have to have a policy that you follow and a policy that you expect your deputy district attorneys to follow. So that policy should be written. There should be a local policy within the DA's office that might be for specific things like filing and things like that. You can also look to the California District Attorneys Association. They put out a myriad of different articles and publications, and every couple of years they update their ethical guidelines for prosecutors. So you should look to those, and also the State Bar has their own set of ethical rules. So you need to lead by example and bring up these kinds of ethical issues. If they're not being followed, certainly you need to address the reasons that they're not being followed, why they should be followed, take the appropriate actions if the deputy continues to not act ethically. But it needs to be not something that you just read when you first get to the office and then never go back to again. It should be brought up at staff meetings. It should be brought up when you're talking to a deputy about how to file a case or whether to file the case and things like that. So back on the Brady issue, I think there's been sort of a policy in the office that not really hide the ball, but if we don't want to give something to the defense, is there a reason that we don't have to? And I think the policy should be just the opposite. If there's something in the district attorney's file that the defense doesn't have, for one thing, that's not ethical, but there better be a really darn good reason that document or that information is not given to the defense. And I think too often that there are things in the DA's file that never make it to the defense, and that's something I would certainly change. But again, making sure that your deputies know what the policy is and that they're following it.
Okay, other questions? Yes, Supervisor Brandon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Newkirk. This is a question, it's very, I think, informative to have your critique of the office. Some things have been mentioned, I think, in broad criticisms of it. You just mentioned one specifically about, I think, some of the evidence maybe that should have been revealed was not revealed. Is there any way to be more specific about that without talking about cases, just to make sure that we're not talking kind of generalities? We're able to say that these are tangible things that could be shown.
The most glaring example, and I won't talk about the specifics of the case or the case name or anything like that, but it was a fairly serious case. It involved possible sexual misconduct with a minor. It involved whether drugs or alcohol were given to this minor, and so some fairly heavy felony charges. And what happened, and I didn't find this out until later, the case actually settled for a very low-level misdemeanor. I was wondering about that. I wondered why that happened. But after several months after the case settled, I found out that there was a subsequent interview with this minor. This minor had severe drug issues when he was first interviewed. They interviewed him after he was clean and sober. And when they told him about the allegations against my defendant as well as the defendant, he essentially said, wait a second, you're talking about the wrong guys. The people that gave me the drugs, the people that I had sex with and things like that, were not the two defendants that were being prosecuted at that time. They were unknown to the prosecution and to this witness. I mean, the identities were unknown. That CD never got to me, ever. And that's the one example that I know of that was actually very egregious.
Thank you.
Okay. No other questions, right? Okay. All right, so, Mr. Hovetter?
I don't need the question read if.
All right. Sometimes I may read the question more than once for the benefit of those watching
Okay,
at
I
home.
don't mean to.
But you go ahead. I know that you've probably got an answer for that, so.
If anybody asks me on the street or anywhere what I do and why I do it and what is the most important part of that, I don't think I can get 2 or 3 seconds into it before the word ethics and integrity comes out. As a prosecutor, that's the most important thing you hold. If I could think of a word higher than sacred, I would use that word. And if you don't have that integrity, if you don't have that honesty, then you shouldn't be in the business. And we do see in the papers and on TV prosecutors who have lied and hidden evidence, and people have gone to jail because they were innocent because of that malfeasance. And that's disgusting. I have no idea what Mr. Newkirk is talking about. I've never heard about this case. I've never had anybody bring that case to my attention. In my 27 years, I have never hidden the ball. One of the things about this profession is you are confronted with disadvantageous information all the time, whether it's a domestic violence case and the woman who has her head bashed in and you know who did it, and then she changes her story. And what do you do with that information? You give it to the defense, because that's our job. We don't make the facts, but we fight the hard fight. So when I hear things like this, I can't help but be offended, because that's never happened on my watch. And if I knew that that happened on my watch, I would be offended and I would take serious action. Now, back to how do you maintain ethics in an office? I will agree. You do it by example. And I do it every day by the way I carry myself. I do it by the way I deal with the court. I do it by the way I talk to my attorneys. So I have these young prosecutors that come into my office all the time. And the idea is come in with anything, because there's no question too small, because this is learning. This is about teaching. This is about handing off experience and helping them to become the best prosecutor they can. Not to be a mini-me, but to be the best prosecutor they can. So in those discussions, interwoven in those discussions, are little things about these are the things you need to do, always keeping ethics at the forefront. If you have to give information to a defense attorney that makes your case real hard to go through with, you hand that information over, but you don't necessarily end there. I'll admit, I will look to fight that fight as long and as hard as I can, as long as it's done ethically. And I have to believe that that's my job. I have to believe that that's what the people of the county of Tuolumne expect of me and the people in our office, but not hiding the ball. That's never happened on my watch. I wouldn't allow it to happen. And when I hear about it and when I read about it in the papers, it makes me sick to my stomach, because now we are seeing in our nation a distrust of law enforcement, a serious suspicion. And I understand that you need to look at things, you need to be transparent, you need to question. Same with Brady policy. We have a Brady policy. It's a changing Brady policy. Last year, District Attorney Krieg worked on that policy and took policies from other offices and put it together. It's an organic thing that all prosecutors throughout the state are dealing with. And I talk to other DAs and I talk to other assistant DAs, and we always talk about ethics. If you don't have it, you have nothing. And every one of the DAs in our office has those ethics. And we don't hide the ball, but we fight hard to protect the rights of victims in this county. And that's all I have to say on that.
Okay, follow-up questions? Okay. No? All right, thank you very much. I'll put the question to Ms. Janicki. Prosecutors are held to a high ethical standard. How do you ensure your deputy district attorneys know and adhere to those strict ethical standards?
Thank you, Supervisor Campbell. So I agree. As the elected or appointed district attorney, you lead by example. But I think it goes deeper than that. I described yesterday during, I think, my FIT interview that ethics for me is like the Mariana Trench. It's the deepest held thing that I have, and it's the thing I don't cross. Because ultimately, as prosecutors, as lawyers, as ministers of justice, all we have is our word and our ethics. So how do you implement that type of theoretical ethical consideration for people to follow? And I think Mr. Dutemple brings up a really excellent point about the shifting obligations of DAs when it comes to Brady, the shifting penalty structure that is associated with violating Brady, and how an office can structure itself through policy to ensure that its attorneys are not violating the rights of defendants. Ultimately, if my attorney does something in violation of Brady, yes, it subjects them to personal liability. Their bar card is at stake. So is mine. But at its most important, what Brady and what our ethical obligation is to defendants. We are obligated, rightfully so, to make sure that the system is fair for them. I fight for victims every day, but in what I do, I also fight for defendants. And so how do you do that? Well, first you establish organic, I agree with that term, Brady policy that changes with legislative changes. You know, when we look at where we're going across the state, legislative changes towards prosecutors are not kind, and they are holding us, rightfully so, to a higher ethical standard such that there doesn't have to be intentional malfeasance in order for us to be held liable or to get in trouble for what we do. It can be something as simple as negligence that can risk my attorney's bar card, my bar card, and ultimately the defendant's freedom. And so how do you fix that? You put a policy in place that ensures that we are all following the same ethical standard. You walk the walk, you talk the talk. And I would submit to you that you also put in place a discovery policy that embraces an open file modality that allows defense attorneys to come and view my file. We're going paperless, so that's going to be a little different. It's going to look a little different. But I have always had an open file policy because ultimately if something's in my file, there is a very strong chance that the defendant should have it. And I agree, we're not about hiding the ball. I also don't know what Mr. Newkirk's talking about, but I trust Mr. Newkirk's ethics. And so if he says something like that happened, that's something that we need to look at. I also think that training our employees through continuing legal education is imperative to us adhering to an ethical standard. Lawyers have to get a certain number of continuing legal education credits in the area of ethics every 3 years. But for DAs, it should be more than that. It should be something that we practice and we preach every day, but that we train and retrain every year. District Attorney Krieg gave us the opportunity pre-COVID to have one of the foremost Brady trainers through CDAA come to our office to give us a training on the changes of Brady. And that is the type of training program that we need to adhere to for our attorneys, because the law changes every day. I mean, that's how us lawyers stay in business, really. And so the experts in those fields need to be brought to us to keep us on track and to make sure that we are adhering to the highest ethical standard that we can. So my plan in terms of implementing that type of policy is finalizing and publishing for the public our policies and procedures. That will include a complex Brady policy, a complex discovery policy that includes an open file policy, and that talks about our training and what that looks like. Because again, if I am bridging the gap between the criminal justice system and the public, the first way that I do that is through open communication with the public and telling them, hey, this is what we do, why we do it, and how we do it.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Cassandra, just kind of in the vein of what you said about, you kind of have an open file policy. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is that kind of the general consensus in the office? Is it's like-minded in that idea?
I would agree with that, yes. I think that we do have a very, we have some attorneys with tons of experience, like Eric Hovater and Samantha Arnerich, and then we have some attorneys who are at the very beginning of their career. And when I look at how we all handle our files, I would submit to you that we all embrace that type of open file discovery policy.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we'll move on to question 6. And this is going to Mr. Newkirk. Please describe to us how a district attorney can foster positive working relationships with partnering agencies, the Board of Supervisors, and county administration.
Thank you. Well, first of all, we have to realize that if you're in government to serve the people because you want to do that. You want to be part of the community, you want to help the community, and you want to enrich the community through your employment, whether you're with whatever agency you're working for. And you also have to realize that we're all equals. No branch of government is stronger than the other, is higher than the other, or anything like that. We are all equals. And it's sort of, we're all in this together, and we all have similar goals. So to foster those positive relationships, the first thing is you have to be open. And you have to be not only open, but available. And so some of the things that I would implement is going around and talking with the board, with the various agencies, and even some of the units within those agencies, introduce myself, let them know what my policy is, let them know that it's an open policy, and to encourage contact. Not just say it's an open policy, open door policy, but to actually encourage that contact. And when there is contact, listen closely to what they're talking about, see if there's something that can be done that my agency can do, or a referral to another agency. But mainly, it's fostering this openness. One of the things I did as a deputy when I first got here, a deputy district attorney, is I went with all the agencies from Fish and Game to CHP to the police department, the sheriff's office, and did ride-alongs. And I did that. I rotated through the agencies every couple of years, and so I rode with each agency at least 2 or 3 times. And so not only are you fostering a relationship with the leaders of these different agencies, but with the actual line people, and that really opens up a discussion that you wouldn't have if you were talking with that individual deputy sheriff. If the sheriff was in the room or something like that, I think it really allowed them to be open with me about their concerns, and that was just as a deputy. And so now I would open it up to concerns about the administration and how we can all work together through this open policy.
Okay, great. Other questions? Yeah, Supervisor Brandon?
Mr. Newkirk, some of the biggest partners, of course, with the DA's office are law enforcement. You mentioned several of them in these partnerships. What about fostering relationships with other non-law enforcement agencies? We've had a couple of times alternatives to incarceration and similar themes mentioned, diversion programs. Can you explain on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was, that's why I was saying, not only the board, but with probation, with those kind of discussions, to be open in discussing things with them. And I used to work with the building department. It's called something else now, but I used to work with the building department. And if you're open with all the different agencies and all the different parts of those agencies, and they can come to you, if you can help, great. If you can offer a referral to somebody else who might be able to help in a different way or help more, or come together with those other agencies to come up with a solution, that's what I'm looking for. It's just that the DA's office isn't just involved in the criminal justice system. It's a whole, the criminal justice system is not just what goes through the courts. It's everything from rehabilitation to different programs, and ultimately, primary focus is going to be on prosecution, but it's much more than that.
All right, Supervisor Goldenberg?
So a little bit of a theoretical question. You're dealing with low staffing issues in your office, and admin comes to you and says, I don't care if you've got low staffing, but I want you to take a 10% cut. How would you react to that situation?
Well, if you're saying I have to take this 10% cut, I'm taking the 10% cut. But there's a lot of things that you could do in the office and focus more on what I call the crimes that actually have a victim. If there's a person listed on that complaint, that's the crimes that we should be focusing on. If it's low-level traffic offenses, DUI, it doesn't have an actual victim listed in the complaint, but those are obviously a high priority. But you don't need to fill up the court and the deputy district attorney's time with a lot of the lower level offenses that now we might be able to divert and go through a different system than the criminal justice system. But you'd have to focus more on what I call the real crime and less on the crimes that are victimless.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask County Counsel, what would you advise Supervisor Goldenberg ask that question of all candidates?
I think that would be fair.
Okay. So let's not do it right now. Let's do it after each candidate has had an opportunity to answer the main question. Is that acceptable? Okay. So I'll call on you first each time. Okay. Okay. So Supervisor Hovatter. Or I'm sorry, Mr. Hovatter. See, everybody can do it.
Yeah, great. Works both ways.
We're all switching titles. It's great. Would you care to answer the question?
Thank you. So for the purposes of this question, when I think of the interaction of the district attorney's office, I think of immediately sort of three spheres, if you will. One of them is law enforcement. The district attorney's office is part of a continuum of law enforcement here in the county. The second one is the district attorney's office is a county department of a number of county departments. And then the district attorney's office is also beholden to and answering to the general public. So those are the three sort of areas that I'm going to talk about with regards to fostering a better working relationship. And the first thing that comes to mind is it's critical that you have an understanding of where the district attorney's office position is in all this. What is the district attorney's office position as it relates to the criminal justice system? And I would add to that the public defender's office and the defense bar. Those are entities that we need to talk about. So I need to ask myself, what is our position vis-a-vis these? What's the understanding? What do they do? Why do they do it? Why do we do it? That same sort of understanding needs to be with the county. I need to understand that the district attorney's office, as important it is to me, as it's my family, is but one agency in the midst of all the other county agencies. So decisions that are made, sacrifices that are made, need to be made in consideration of those other departments. Same thing with the public. What does the district attorney's office do for the public and with the public? You need to have an understanding of that relationship. Then there needs to be candor. There needs to be transparency. I need to be able to come before the board or to go to Sheriff Pooley or to go to the public and speak honestly. You make mistakes when you speak honestly, but you speak honestly. And you say, this is the position, these are the shortfalls, this is the situation we're in, and we need some kind of help. So there needs to be an understanding of where the district attorney's office relates, because if you don't have that understanding, you don't have that good working relationship. If you don't have that candor, you don't have that good working relationship, and then you need to have cooperation. For example, recently I've noted that we've been having preliminary hearings where officers are showing up and the hearing's not taking place, so we don't need the officer. That's a situation that involves the defense bar and the amount of time they put into their cases. It involves the sheriff's department, for example. I'll use that as an example. A fellow county agency that has a budget of their own. It involves the courts. So what I've done is I've put together a policy that understands what is the DA's position, what is the defense bar's position, what is the court's position. It's a policy that I believe is candid. It reflects things that everyone could do differently to make it better. It has an understanding that if the DA's office does these things differently, that will affect the sheriff's office, and it will affect their budget, it will affect efficiency, it will affect how the court runs. But in order to get to that policy, I had to have an understanding of what the situation was. I had to have an understanding of where the DA's office related in this. And then I went to the sheriff and we had a candid discussion. There are things that the sheriff's department does in this situation that I'm asking you to look at so that we can make changes also as part of this policy. And the same thing I will do, and I will go to the court. So that takes candor, that takes understanding, and then it takes cooperation. It's not a policy that I'm going to say, this is the policy and this is how it is, and it's not going to be any different. That policy needs to be given to the public defender's office. They need to look at it and decide what do they like, not like, what works for them, what doesn't. Then when you decide that, then you go to the court and you talk to the court about it. It's not Eric's policy. It's not the Tuolumne County District Attorney's policy. It's a policy that comes from understanding. It comes from candor, and it comes from cooperation. So there is just one example, and I would use that same approach in dealing with the county and dealing with budget. If I can do something in my budget, understanding that there are other departments in the county that are suffering too, then I'm going to look at those kind of things. I'm going to fight for my department in a budgetary situation, but you have to do it with candor, you have to do it with understanding, and you have to do it with cooperation. And so those are the three things in this example that I would give. And you get to that, I believe, from having lots of years of experience. And that is my answer.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Supervisor Goldenberg, do you want to start out with your question?
Sure, back to the same concept, we've been known to have budget issues, so, and you've got staffing issues, so how would you react to a request for a 10% cut?
Well, I was there with Ms. Krieg last year when that very example came up, and it is a difficult process because you have people in our office, you have livelihoods that you have to talk about, you have people who perform critical functions. You also understand that the county is suffering, that there are other departments, and we all have to suffer together. So one of the things that I would look at, and I'm not sure if that's what Mr. Newkirk was alluding to, but do I need to have new furniture? Do I need to have 12 boxes of pens? I'm going to look at everything I can so that what is protected first and foremost are the people in that office. I'm also going to, that would be another opportunity to say, where are there inefficiencies in what we're doing? Because you find inefficiencies, I get that, but that's an ongoing process also. You may find an inefficiency today, and then a year later you're faced with a budgetary crisis, and you find that there are other inefficiencies. You can't find them all at the same time. You're always looking for them. So I would protect the people but I would fight for the people, and then I would look at what can we do in that priority order, and I would try to get rid of anything before it would be a job or a person.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, same question to Ms. Jenneke.
The district attorney's office is not an island. We operate in a variety of systems that requires collaboration in order for our office to be successful. When I think about how we build and foster positive working relationships with our partnering agencies, that starts at building relationships with people within those agencies and organizations at all levels. I am a person who likes to get to know people, and I like to understand their backgrounds and where they're coming from. And I think that that's beneficial to us in building and fostering partnerships because, again, you understand people's whys. And so when I think about building relationships, I mentioned during my FIT panel, a little bit jokingly, but I asked Ms. Riggs yesterday, I was like, so how often can I be in your office? Because at some point, I am going to not know a lot. And I'll be the first person to say, I don't know. I'll be the first person to say, I need help. I'll be the first person to say that I got something wrong. And so that level of humility and the ability and relationship building to reach out and seek that help is how you build and foster relationships. When I think about this position, I mentioned earlier, it's about building bridges and it's about bridging those gaps. And in order to do that, you have to be humble and you have to engage other people. And in order to do that, I talk to people, I bring people together, and we end up at the same common goal, coming at it from different directions. And so when I think about my relationships with law enforcement, I have fostered those over time. I have officers come to me seeking advice about their careers, about cases, and it's more than just our professional relationships. When I think about the relationships that I have with other organizations, I think about my relationship with Child Welfare Services. When I was in the dependency attorney position, on and off, for about 4.5 years, I entered into that position and our relationship with child welfare wasn't as strong as it could have been. And I made it a point to enforce and build that relationship because it benefited the children that I represented. When I think about my relationship with the defense bar, I know that I can call up any defense attorney in Tuolumne County. We can have an honest and candid conversation about a case and get to the same goal. And it's those types of relationships, it's that type of transparency and candor that we have to have in every relationship that we build. And so when I think about this question, I intend as the DA to have that same relationship with the board, to have that same relationship with the county administrator's office, with county council, because ultimately we are all on the same team. We're like an archipelago of islands, if you will, that are all together working towards the common good.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg, you want to ask your follow-up and any other follow-up questions?
Well, so we're back to the same question here on how to, with budget issues, and how would you handle the 10% request?
Absolutely. So I was also with Mr. Hovater and Ms. Krieg when we were making the incredibly difficult decision to eliminate an investigator position in our office. And we never want to lose people. But as I mentioned earlier, right, 80% of our budget is people. And so if the board came to us, the CAO's office came to us and said, listen, we need a 10% cut out of your department, number one, I'd be devastated, but we have to work towards that goal. And so how do you do that? You evaluate where you can cut. You evaluate additional revenue sources to try and make up for that 10% cut. And ultimately, you know, I look at other DA's offices across the state who have experienced defund the DA office, movements against them, and they have had to cut services. I mean, ultimately, they have had to stop, as Mr. Newkirk mentioned, prosecuting certain types of cases. They don't prosecute traffic cases. They don't prosecute a variety of misdemeanors. They focus on DUIs and domestic violence. And I'll be honest with you, that's a conversation that I would have at that podium at an open board meeting. Because if we're going to sustain a 10% cut to my department, I want the people of Tuolumne County to know that that might very well result in a reduction of services, because I think they're entitled to know that. Losing an attorney, losing a clerk, losing a victim witness staff, the way that we're currently staffed would be horrific. And so I would do everything in my power to avoid that. But at the end of the day, we operate out of the general fund. And if we have to take a 10% hit, like every other county agency, we're going to take that 10% hit.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, so the question, Mr. Dutemple, is please describe to us how the district attorney can foster positive working relationships with partnering agencies, the Board of Supervisors, and county administration.
Well, I think it's very important to, communication is the key. And you do that by bringing people into the decision-making process early. You figure out what the issue is, what the problem is, and when you go about trying to fix it, you bring in those partners that you're gonna need to accomplish that goal. You've heard a lot of talk about diversion and diversion programs. I'm probably the only candidate that really has dealt with it as far as starting collaborative courts and moving forward with collaborative courts. I know here Tuolumne County has a drug court that's pretty successful, collaborative court. But one thing that Madera County does right is we have collaborative courts such as behavioral health court. We have a veterans court, and we're looking into getting a homeless court. And they're all pretty related. And that's something I'm going to be pushing as a DA, and that means bringing in partners that are going to help accomplish that goal. That means money from the Board of Supervisors, obviously talking to the CAO's office, probation, human resources, but behavioral health, social services. So get them in the decision-making process early, and communication. That's how you build those relationships. And you don't sneak up on someone with the big problem. If you see, a storm cloud coming that's going to involve other agencies, you let them know as soon as possible. So, I mean, that's how you build that communication and foster that type of thing. That's it.
All right. Supervisor Goldenberg, do you want to?
Well, you know it's coming.
Yeah.
Same question, please. Just with that type of situation with a staffing shortage already, how would you handle a 10% cut request?
Well, I'd fight like heck not to have it happen, but obviously the only way you can do that is to find increased revenues or ways you can save by cutting expenditures. There's no really way around it. I think I agree with everyone at the table. Job number one is to protect your people as much as possible. You don't want to lose personnel. It's devastating. I've been through budget cuts before in different offices, and it's horrible. But one thing you have to do as a DA or anyone that's administrating cuts is you have to be very honest with your people. If it's happening, you can't hide the ball, and you can't say, well, I don't know. You got to be honest. 10% cut. It looks like you will be on the chopping block if that happens. We're going to do everything we can to save that position, but this is probably what's going to happen. And I think they appreciate that more than just being blindsided by some kind of cut. So you got to be honest. The only other thing I would say is that you want to try to avoid it in the first place. You don't want to cram for a final exam. I know one thing we do in Madera County is when we have supervisors meeting, the first order of the job or the meeting is looking at the budget. We look at where we are. What percentage of the year are we through? What percentage of the budget have we already burned through? And we're constantly looking for ways to increase revenue and ways to cut costs if possible. And in fact, it's in that meeting where I actually found out about the whole prison cost where we were undercharging. And little things like that come up all the time. So I think you're constantly got to stay on it. You constantly got to, be watching it and not cram, 2-3 months prior to the new budget year.
Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Mr. Dutemple, you mentioned partnerships on diversion and collaborative courts. Can you explain more on your role in that process?
Yes, the DA's office essentially is going to be driving the bus on that because we're the ones that are going to make those offers that are diversion-like. So it's important to have policies and procedures in place, talking with our employees and seeing what cases we're going to move forward with diversion. Now, I want to be careful with diversion because that's kind of a word of art. It actually means something in the penal code. And so if you ask me if I'm for diversion, yes, but I'm more for diversion-like programs that have some consequences for non-compliance. To be more precise, diversion as it is in the penal code now, there is no penalty if you don't comply. At the end of the year, you're right back where you started from. Misdemeanor cases don't get any better, so sometimes basically they're getting a free pass and getting rewarded for their bad behavior. What's successful about the collaborative courts is that there's like a stick at the end of it. If you don't comply with the collaborative court process, you get, there's something at the end of the rainbow. You're gonna go to prison or you're gonna get sentenced on what you pled to.
Mr. Dutemple?
Yes.
Quickly, so what I was trying to get at is specifically in those being established, what was your role in that process?
Well, it's about determining what cases we're going to push forward to go to collaborative court. So there's a whole set of factors that you have to apply. What is the age of the defendant? What is his prior record? Is he amenable to this kind of collaborative court? Has he washed out of a collaborative court in the past? What's his propensity to violence? I mean, obviously, you don't want someone real violent who this isn't going to help. It's not going to protect the public. You want to keep those people out. So my role was developing those procedures as to who comes and who we're going to push to get into those collaborative courts. Now, one thing I want to say is that I know there's not money right now available to do some of this. So what we've been doing and what I would try to foster in Tuolumne County is create offers and that mirror those of the conditions of a collaborative court. So for instance, someone who we give a conditional plea to, you plead guilty, you do what we say for a year, go to drug treatment, whatever the process is, at the end of that year, we might drop your case. And I've seen conditions that are carefully constructed to an individual in that case. So for instance, like our behavioral health court, we've had conditions where they have to go to social services and get matched up with services that are available. I've seen conditions where people have to go and stay on their medication for that year. I've seen people that had to go to drug treatment, alcohol, and mental health treatment, and do intensive therapy. So those are the kind of conditions, if we can't have a collaborative court, I would still want in a condition of probation or release. And we would create that. And in fact, that's what we're doing in Madera County, and that's what I would try to do in Tuolumne County.
Thank you. Okay, question for Mr. Newkirk. Would you like me to read it again? So it was, please describe, does the district attorney have an interest in rehabilitating that's the one we're on, right? I don't know why. Excuse me. So does the district attorney have an interest in rehabilitating offenders? And what is their role in developing or implementing alternatives to incarceration?
Well, absolutely, we have an interest in rehabilitating offenders because ever since I've worked for the DA's office and now in defense, I was prosecuting people when I first started there, and then there'd be, further cases with that same person, and then I was prosecuting their children. And recently I've been prosecuting some grandchildren or defending some grandchildren, and of course a lot of these folks go through the dependency system as well. So if you're going to try to solve some of these problems, it has to be with rehabilitation. You can't just put people, warehouse them and put them in jail and expect anything to be changed. So I would certainly be interested and would try to implement different procedures for rehabilitation to keep them out of the system in the future. And one of the things that I think you lose track of when you're a prosecutor or when you're a law enforcement officer is this isn't just a defendant's name on a complaint. These are people. These are people that all have loved ones. As heinous as their crime might be, they have loved ones. And those heinous crimes have to be prosecuted. That's not what I'm really getting at here, but you have to step back and say, this is a person. I'm going to give this person the same respect that I would give any other person, realizing that they have friends and family that love them and want to see them get the help they need. And then that's where justice will come in to temper what you're going to do with that person. Along that line, I think a juror said it best in one of my jury trials where they said they don't trust law enforcement officers or prosecutors because after a while they get this mindset that they see evil in everything. So that's why I think you need to step back and say, what can we do for people to keep them out of the system? And so if you can come up with programs where you're diverting them either before court or during court and you can get them the services that they might need, that's where it should start. And I think most crimes, a lot of the crimes start with mental health issues. And we just simply don't have the capacity to deal with folks and their mental health issues. And then they self-medicate. So now they've got drug crimes that they're committing. And then they have to make a living. So they might start selling drugs or they might start stealing. And then that might sort of devolve into violent crimes and things like that. So again, if we can get into the habit of thinking about what can we do for this person to rehabilitate them so we never see them again, so I don't see their children, so I don't see their grandchildren, that should be something that the DA definitely has an interest in.
Thank you. Other questions? All right. Mr. Hovetter.
Thank you, Chairman. So the word that answers the question, does the DA have an interest in rehabilitating offenders, is the same word that Mr. Newkirk used. Absolutely. Rehabilitation is the key to stopping that cycle, and some of what I'm saying is exactly what Mr. Newkirk said. You have to look at the problem from a lot of different ways, and there are some cases, there are some types of conduct that you're not going to necessarily rehabilitate, but a lot of the drug-related crimes are rehabilitation-oriented, and they do go back to issues of possible mental health and possible drug addiction. So the role of the district attorney is to be proactive, to be the person that I would intend to be, to go out and talk to the people who are players in this. And that would be everybody from behavioral health to the sheriff's department, to agencies that deal with homelessness, because we have a growing homeless population. And that homeless population commits crimes. So there are citizens in this county who are victims of crime perpetrated by homeless people. But there are issues behind that. There are mental health issues with homelessness. There are drug addiction issues with homelessness. So I want to look at a situation like a homeless court where you go in and you see if you can reduce or dismiss minor crimes in exchange for rehabilitation, in exchange for getting treatment, maybe doing some community service. So the approach is proactive. It's what can we do as a team to combat these particular situations. Same thing with diversion. You're looking at people who are committing crimes for certain reasons that they can be helped with, that drug addiction or that mental health. Or you're looking at people who are committing crimes that are completely outside of it. It was an aberration. And then you look at situations like diversion. But with diversion, as Mr. Dutemple said, you look at it carefully. But you have to have rehabilitation, and you have to make it a very big part of what you do, because the way the system has been working in the last 20 years, it hasn't been working. So you have to embrace rehabilitation. As I was talking to another DA a couple days ago, he's gone to his jail and they're implementing that educational program in their jail to tackle drug addiction. So when these people come out, they're not going to get back on that cycle again. Well, we have a jail. Well, we have classrooms, and I want to be one of the voices that goes forward and says, okay, what can we do? Funding is something you have to deal with. So ideas are good, but then you have to look at what sources for funding are there, what other partners can we bring in, but be that proactive person. So the DA absolutely, positively supports rehabilitation, and we have to be as proactive as we can and look at it from every different level.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay. All right, Ms. Janicki. Does the district attorney have an interest in rehabilitating offenders? And what is their role in developing or implementing alternatives to incarceration?
The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I show up to work every day believing that people can change and believing that people can be rehabilitated. Prosecutors, the district attorney, has the greatest interest in rehabilitating offenders, because by stopping the cycle of violence, by stopping the cycle of criminality, you benefit generations ahead of you. When I think about what the DA's role is in the development and implementation of alternatives to incarceration, it is at the forefront. Ultimately, the district attorney has to be willing to utilize alternatives. And when I think to the services that we have available in Tuolumne County, I think of our drug court through the Tuolumne County Superior Court. That drug court has existed for years, and our office stopped utilizing it as a disposition about 5.5 years ago. And that, I think, was a detriment to Tuolumne County and the people that we serve. That decision was reflective of a lot of different things, specifically disagreements that we had with the programming and, disagreements that we had with shifts in the law and folks who did qualify for drug court. But at the end of the day, when we think about development and implementation of alternatives to incarceration, the DA has to be at the forefront of that, because otherwise, if we don't agree, then the defendant has to risk even more to engage in those services. So when we look at the services that are available in Tuolumne County, there are a variety of resources available that we could utilize to divert folks away from incarceration. While inmates are incarcerated, at least at our former Tuolumne County Jail, they could engage in educational opportunities. Many of them were receiving high school diplomas, getting their GEDs. That's a program that needs to continue. Many of them were doing workbooks and doing men's groups and women's groups to focus in on how to avoid recidivism. And those are programs that through our office and through our plea negotiations, we can encourage and require that they complete, and to complete successfully. When we look at development and implementation, early intervention is key. And one of the things that I want to do as the DA is to implement Project LEAD, which is a program that came from the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office that gets into 5th grade classrooms and talks about the criminal justice system. And it helps children identify safe people in the system so that they don't become victims to their parent or grandparents' criminality, and so that they see that there is an alternative. And it's that level of early intervention and implementation and development that helps us avoid the incarceration track. There are some folks out there where the only option is incarceration to protect the people of Tuolumne County and because they cannot be rehabilitated. But the DA must engage in that rehabilitative process as a leader within it.
Thank you very much. Questions? Okay. Same question, Mr. Dutemple.
Thank you. You know, I've already talked about the collaborative courts, and that's something I certainly would push. Is a diversion something worthwhile for the DA's office? Most definitely. You know, there but for the grace of God go I. I mean, you see people of all different kinds of human frailty doing this job, and a lot of them just need help. When you talk about the chronically homeless, you're talking about people with extreme drug and alcohol addictions, and it's usually coupled with some type of mental health issue on top of that. So yes, the job of the DA is to seek justice, and you do that by doing what's just and what protects the public. And so again, I'd push for those collaborative courts and push for conditions that mirror collaborative courts that help people the best they can. However, there are some things that I heard that disturbed me a little bit when I heard about that, well, certain crimes aren't that important. You know, quality of life crimes, petty theft, vandalism, trespassing, yeah, they're not a murder, but they can really affect the quality of life in a community, in a park. I know Madera County has a big homeless population, and there have been parks that have been taken over because of a lack of enforcement from both the DA's office and the police department. And I've seen, there's this one jogging path that was beautiful that is now, people are afraid to go there, and it's mostly because there really hasn't been much enforcement. So you have to look at each individual case and don't ignore those crimes. Hold people accountable, but if they want help and there's a way to set up a conditional plea or set them into some kind of program, yes. But if you're looking at you got to basically use progressive discipline. Like Ms. Janicki said, there are certain people, unfortunately, that we're going to have to lock up for life, 180 days at a time. And hopefully somewhere along the line, they're going to say, hey, I need some help, and then you can reach out and do that. But I wouldn't ignore these crimes. You're not doing the public any favors, and you're certainly not doing the defendants any favors, because if there's no incentive to get that help, sometimes they're not going to get it. So if I was DA, I would still look at those issues real closely. And it would require reaching out again to all the other agencies and working real closely with the public defender's office. I mean, we're set up like this cat and dog thing where we're always battling, but really we're seeking justice, and they're going to come with a lot of good ideas like, hey, how about if I heard there's a bed open at the Salvation Army or at Delancey Street or wherever, and we have to work on doing that. And that's going to be a challenge to some of the deputies in Tuolumne County, especially the misdemeanor people. It's not going to be turning and burning and getting convictions. It's about, you know, working and seeking justice. So that's something that I'd bring to the table and push full steam ahead on.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Okay. All right, Mr. Hovetter, I think, yeah, I might have skipped over you on the last one. Apologies.
No worries.
But you get this one, so. Given the limited resources of the budget, what would you prioritize within the district attorney's office?
So at the end of the day, our job as prosecutors and the people that work in the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office is to seek justice, to uphold the law, and to protect the victims of crime. So we need to do that job with everything we have within the limits of the budget. And to me, in terms of prioritizing, the first thing that comes to mind is looking at what we do and how we do it and finding ways to be more efficient. Because if you can be more efficient, and that word means a lot of different things, but if you can be more efficient, then you can utilize your time in different ways and put strengths where strengths need to go. I'm already at the forefront of getting our office to go paperless. That is a way to make our office more efficient so that the staff can spend less time moving paper around and spend more time doing things that we need to have them do. Same thing with attorneys. Diversion is another tool that we have that can help us do our job more efficiently. So where we may have taken a case at one point in time and filed a charge, and then it goes to court, and then it goes for a hearing, and then something happens, and maybe even it goes to a trial. Now you're looking at a situation where you're assessing what justice is. You're looking at that person and the conduct. What type of crime is it? Are they eligible? Are they really wanting diversion? And so you go that direction. That's a way of making our office more efficient. And then, of course, the pre-filing for people who have done something completely out of character. Then it's looking at how we file our cases and what charges we file. This is a continuum. I've been doing this 27 years, and as I said at the beginning of this process this afternoon, what I did 25 years ago, people don't do anymore. And so you have to look at the type of cases that we file, the charges that we file, what's the reason for doing it, what are the practicalities behind it, always at the forefront looking for upholding the law, seeking justice, but being more efficient. So to me, that's the biggest priority we have. I can't make the budget bigger, although there are funding streams. So to go out, to talk to those other DAs in other counties and use that collaborative effort to find out where is there money that we can get a hold of and use that money. Grants and alternative funding are wonderful things, but they come and they go. So you can't get too dependent on those. You use them when you find them, you use them as best you can, and then you be ready to what happens when that funding source goes away. So the bottom line for me is increase efficiency by looking at the changes in the law, that diversion, how we file our cases, and things like going paperless.
Questions? Supervisor Brandon?
Mr. Hovater, revisiting a question from earlier that I think is probably better categorized under this. As we mentioned in presentations, I think, to this board, it's been mentioned that the case rate is pretty high between the public defender and the district attorney's office. You mentioned efficiency. You mentioned that it has gotten harder to pursue these cases, taking more resources, and we know that there have been fewer resources also available to take. Given that, and given the case rate currently in the DA's office, as far as efficiency and that, do you feel that that is the adequate amount? Should that be decreased? Or should it be that it's the same amount and alternatives found? How does that apply to the, I guess, the case rate and workload of each individual DA?
So if I understand your question is the current rate of cases that exist between the district attorney's office and the public defender's office, is that where it should be given what we've been talking about?
I mean, per individual attorney in the DA's office. Yeah.
So individual caseload per attorneys is an organic process. We look at who filed the case. Sometimes there are cases that you have either more experience or more involvement in, and those cases go to particular attorneys. Then other times it's a matter of calendaring, it's a matter of assignments of cases. So that workflow ebbs and flows. The idea is always to spread the work out as much as possible. I mean, that's one of the bottom lines, but I think I heard in your question, there are things that we need to look at, things like diversion, pre-filing and post-filing diversion as a way of loosening or reducing the amount of cases that are going all the way through the system. That's my answer to that question, but I'm not sure if that's. I think that does. Okay.
I think that does. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm going to check with County Council. Would it be appropriate if you asked that, would you mind asking that question of each candidate? I think it kind of
think
might
it's
fall into that category. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to Ms. Janicki.
Thank you. The limitations provided by our budget necessarily means that we have to be constantly reassessing what we prioritize in the DA's office. But the reality is that the nature of our job necessarily requires the prioritization of the administration of justice. And sometimes that happens at the expense of our employees. And so Mr. Hovater discussed earlier how, no DA gets into this business thinking that they're going to be working an 8-to-5 job. But I will tell you that other DAs in other counties get to work an 8-to-5 job. And so when I think about what we need to prioritize given our limited budget, we have to prioritize providing the highest standard of services to Tuolumne County, but not doing that at the expense of our employees. And so, yes, we must be more efficient. Yes, we must seek justice. But I would submit to this board that at times we have done that at the expense of our employees. And so one of the things that I would prioritize is evaluating our filing decisions, evaluating these pre-filing and pre-trial diversionary programs as methods to decrease our workload so as to increase employee retention. When we think about the cost associated with losing employees, it is astronomical because oftentimes what happens is we have to attract new attorneys right out of law school who just passed the bar, who require more training as a result of where they are in their careers. And so to the extent that we can minimize the occurrence of that, we have to prioritize that because that is also how we prioritize seeking justice. I would love it if we got to a point at the Tuolumne County DA's office where we had folks with 10, 15, 20 years of experience again. That's not where we're at right now. And with my 6 years in, I'm a long way from 20 years on. And so the reality is that we have to work with what we have right now, and we have an incredible team, and keeping them needs to be a priority.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon?
Ms. Janicki, same question. So it's been brought to the attention of this board in the past about the high workload and case rate per attorney, both on the defender's side and the district attorney's office. Given that it is taking more resources to pursue many of these cases, that there are fewer resources to take for those cases and that workload, how would you approach that in the office in relation to budget and efficiency?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Brandon. So we have a very high filing rate here in Tuolumne County. If you were to compare it across the state, I think it's higher than most DA's offices. And so is that something we need to evaluate? Absolutely. Unfortunately, crime and the crime rate in Tuolumne County doesn't curtail itself to my work hours. And so to the extent that we have crime being committed in Tuolumne County, we must do our duty and file charges where they are appropriate. And so it is a devastating concept to me that other offices have just decided that even where a crime has happened, just by the nature of that crime, they can't file it. That is devastating to me because, as Mr. Dutemple mentioned, I think quite artfully, quality of life crimes affect our community. And so to the extent that we would have to contemplate not filing those, we have to find an alternative. And that's why we need to find alternative revenue sources. That's why we need to look for grants. That's why, and I've never been comfortable with the DA's office being revenue generating, we have to find alternatives to revenue. And so that is how we address that particular issue.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay. Yes, sir.
I do have one follow-up on that. I do appreciate the attention and discussion being about diversionary programs, pretrial diversion, alternatives to incarceration. There are, especially I think related to the number of resources we have, and given it is a challenge with increases in crime to keep up with that rate, how do we, so to speak, also throw the book and set a message for the worst of those crimes? You mentioned, I think, was it the hierarchy? Not the, forget the great phrase, but I mean, can you explain more on that, as on the other side of it, being very tough on the serious crimes that really affect, victims the most?
So that's a follow-up question. I don't know that that's related to the primary question. So unless, would you mind saving that question until after we're through question number 8? And then you could ask it of each? Okay. All right. So Mr. Dutemple, the question is, given the limited resources of the budget, what would you prioritize within the DA's office?
Well, first thing would be no staff cuts. I mean, that's devastating to the people in the office. It would lower morale. And so whatever I can do to prevent that, that's first priority and job one. I think another priority is keeping our tech expenditures in place. Again, we're in the middle of trying to update the use of Carpel, our case management system. We're in the process of moving to a new courthouse and trying to go paperless. And so any expenditures we get from the county, I want to keep those in place so we can keep that moving at a brisk pace. Unfortunately, during COVID, it's really been tough with training lately. We've had a lot of webinars and things, but that floodgate's going to open up pretty soon. And there's a lot of stuff that our deputies are going to need to know. There are a lot of changes in the law. And so any cuts in training just isn't a good place to be right now, because we actually need more training, because there's been a lack of training during this whole COVID situation, and there's been a lot of changes in the law. So actually, we kind of need to double down on that training. So those are the 3 main areas I would really try to protect if there are cuts coming, and I would definitely prioritize. And of course, anything that leads to diversion, because, diversion-like programs, I should say, because that is going to be a cost savings in the long run. It's going to lower our caseload a little bit. So, and in fact, all these things do. Keeping staff in place will reduce our caseload and our workload. Carpel is going to make us more efficient. It's going to save money going paperless. And of course, training is going to keep us out of trouble, because we're going to know how to do things. So those are the things I would protect.
Thank you. Follow-up questions on that? You had the first follow-up question.
So this board's aware that we've been presented to by the Public Defender's Office and DA's Office with the high case rate, the high workload per attorney. Given that it is becoming more resource intensive to try these cases, that there are fewer resources to be able to give to that, and this case rate, can you explain how you would mitigate that with a limited budget and how efficiency plays into it?
Well, again, we really have to push these diversion-like programs. I mean, that is where most of where we can get the biggest bang for our buck to help us with our workload. And that's the biggest challenge for any DA anywhere, is with all the work that's coming at us, to not sacrifice quality due to the quantity. And if you get rid of those cases in an efficient way that protects the public and is in the interest of justice, we need to do that. And I've seen it work in Madera County with these collaborative courts, and where we can't do collaborative courts with conditions of probation and or of a conditional or dispositional plea. It can work, and it reduces caseloads. And then when you really are up against it, of course, you're going to have to prioritize. And that's going to be those people with criminal records that aren't amenable to any type of diversion. And of course, people that have a propensity to violence. I mean, those would be the people we would go after the most.
Thank you. Mr. Newkirk, given the limited resources of the budget, what would you prioritize within the district attorney's office?
Well, certainly the priority is going to need to be on certainly violent crimes, sexual crimes, all the stuff that we would never even think of not filing. Getting back to Mr. Dutemple's point that he thinks that I might not prosecute trespassing, petty theft, vandalism, things like that, those are all the cases that I was talking about before that have a victim there on the complaint. It's Walmart, or it's Mrs. Smith with her backyard being trespassed, or it's somebody being vandalized. Those are still going to be prosecuted. But what I'm thinking more of are, say, drunken public. drunken public is one of those quality of life issues that usually they're in a place they shouldn't be, somebody gets called, and they're taken off the street. That crime has essentially been solved for that night. The criminal justice system, through law enforcement, went there, saw that this person was unable to care for themselves, got them to jail, sobered them up, and they were free to leave at that time. Does that really need to be prosecuted? Do we need to drag that through the system? Right now, the standard disposition is a fine. No probation, just simply a fine for that. Does it really need to involve my staff filing it, my staff taking it to the court dealing with it, law enforcement officers being called in as witnesses if it goes to trial? I don't think that needs to occur. Same with simple possession of drugs. We solve that problem by getting the drugs out of that person's hands, by getting them off the street and destroying them. And does it really need to be prosecuted through the system? The dealers, absolutely, they need to be prosecuted. But the people who simply possess small amounts of drugs, while that's a terrible thing for that individual person, that they're going to be subjected to the medical issues and the mental health issues involved with those drugs, that's one thing. But does it need to be in the system? I don't think so, if we've got to prioritize on the cases that have a victim listed on the complaint. And the best way to reduce the caseload for the DA's office and the public defender's office is to have a very, very conservative filing. I talked to a deputy DA recently, and she said she couldn't remember the last time she rejected a case. And I just recall from my 22 years at that office that on misdemeanors that tend to not be investigated quite as thoroughly as felonies, I was rejecting at least 25, maybe 30% of the misdemeanors for a variety of reasons, mainly that there wasn't proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And so if you're having this very conservative filing approach to the cases that come in, you're going to be getting rid of, in misdemeanors, 25 or 30% of the cases that'll never even go to the court, that won't involve the public defender's office, that won't involve the court, that won't involve law enforcement, and shouldn't have been filed in the first place. And then if you've got, I would say probably on the felony cases, unless, the more serious cases obviously are going to be investigated more by law enforcement. You're going to have detectives involved, you're going to have more experienced people dealing with those cases. Almost all of those cases get filed. But your other felonies, grand theft and things like that, a lot of times those aren't sufficiently investigated. If the proof beyond a reasonable doubt isn't there when you're looking at the case, reject it. And I used to do that in probably 5 to 10% of the felony cases that came through. So if you can get rid of that huge bunch of cases, the cases that I see when it comes across my desk as a defense attorney, I'm going, it's always who filed this case when I go look at the complaint, and that answers things sometimes. But why was it filed? I had a case recently that was filed as fairly heavy felony that ended up as a misdemeanor with some community service. I mean, you shouldn't have that sort of disparity when you're settling a case. Either it's a serious case and the original offer was prison, and it should stay that offer. But this was a case that shouldn't have been filed as a felony. It's settled appropriately, I think, but it never should have gone through. That case was around for over 2 years. I want to say it was 26 months or something like that. And what a waste of DA's time, the defense time, and the court time. So it's those kind of things I would look at.
Thank you very much. You want to ask your follow-up question and any other follow-up questions? Okay.
We'll repeat it again, just since we don't have it all written down. I think got it by now. This board has been presented to regarding the public defender's office and DA's office case rate per attorney. That's very high. Given that it is taking more resources to prosecute many of these cases, and that those resources are decreasing over time, how would you work that in as far as the budget and trying to make the office more efficient?
I think mainly I'd focus on what I talked about at the last part of my answer to the question, as far as filing cases that a defense attorney is going to open up and look and say, there's no defense here. I've got to try to settle it. let me see what's the best deal I can get for my guy, as opposed to look at all these problems. And I've talked to other defense attorneys, both when I had the conflict contract, and then I went back to the DA's office for a couple of years. I've been doing this again for a couple of years. And there's a distinct difference in the quality of filings that are going through the system, as far as they all see, all these other defense attorneys, they all see that the cases are not as strong and that they're much more defensible than they used to be. And that just gums up the whole system. So, file appropriately, but file conservatively and with proof beyond a reasonable doubt from the beginning to the end.
Thank you. Supervisor Haff, you had a follow-up question.
Yes, Mr. Newkirk, you had mentioned the example of the drunken public and you get them off the street for one night. What do you do in cases of a frequent flyer, meaning a drunken public many, many times? What is the responsibility of the DA's office in that case, and what would you do?
It's a troubling situation, because I remember we used to have our usual drunks, and they would come to court after missing court numerous times, and sometimes you would have literally 20 cases and then a whole bunch of failures to appear on top of that. Is the system really being used appropriately in that sort of a case? So again, if you can come back to the same thing we used to do, the standard disposition for drunken public was go to 12 AA meetings and things like that. So instead of filing the case, get them to go to those 12 AA meetings. They can be done online now and things like that, or get them into some sort of counseling if there's mental health issues. But don't put this case into the system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It'd be okay if we call a point of privilege for a brief break?
Sure, let's take I did want to, so we'll just take a brief break and then we'll get to the other questions. Actually, one thing I wanted to go over, I cannot remember what your question was, but I thought it had value. Do we want to add one more question before Supervisor Brandon's previous question, before we go to? That's what I'm saying, is before we reach the final question. Yeah, could you repeat what your question was, and then let's decide whether or not to add that in, okay?
Try to gather it all together in my head.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of discussion about diversionary programs, alternatives to incarceration. But the other side of that is for the non-triple non, right? For the sexual crimes, the violent crimes, the felony crimes, the very serious ones with the most serious, traumas for the victims. How do we be tough on those crimes? What's your philosophy on that? That, I think, kind of close.
I don't know. I think we all know what the answer is to that, so I would rather move forward but
Okay, so,
I don't think any DA is gonna let a sex offender or
okay.
murder
And
get away.
I can see that to Supervisor Haff. I could go either way.
I could go either way as well.
Let's,
How about
You know-
if we give a speed dating 30-second answer from each of the applicants?
so
30 seconds.
I hear, okay, Sarah's
No?
saying no.
No.
Oh, okay. All right, so I'll go ahead and take the initiative on that. I'll just say that we will ask the question and we'll limit the answers to 30
Whoever
seconds.
answers it the shortest wins.
Okay, and so we will take I did want to take a larger break after we get through, so let's just take let's just say 5 minutes. We'll reconvene at 4:40. Oh, great. Okay, so we're back. It's a meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, and we're listening to answers to questions from our four candidates for the district attorney position. So Supervisor Brandon had a question. If I paraphrase it, would it be describe your tough on crime stance or something of that?
I was thinking about it.
Okay, all right, so what you got?
Candidates, you know what the easy answer to this, I think, would be. How would you be tough on crime? 30 seconds.
Okay, so the question is, how would you be tough on crime? We'll start with Ms. Janicki. Okay. I can keep track. Here. Okay. Because we'll have to switch it back to 5 minutes for the next one anyway.
I got 30 seconds.
Okay. Are we ready?
I think so.
Okay, go ahead.
30 seconds. Okay, so we act tough on crime when we assist collaboratively in investigation of serious and violent crimes. We utilize a multidisciplinary team process to ensure that the evidence we are receiving is the best evidence that we have. And we believe our crime victims, we believe our children when they tell us something bad has happened to them, and we fight for them. That fight can look different for every case, and so justice can look different for every case. That could mean a plea, that could mean a trial, that could mean probation, and it depends on the case.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, same question, Mr. DeTemple.
I agree with Ms. Janicki. I'm for being tough on crime, especially when you're talking about violence. That would be a priority. Certainly, child sexual assault would be on the top of the list. Any type of violent gun behavior, violence. If someone has a propensity for violence, you want to get them off the street and do whatever it takes to do that and keep the public safe.
Yes, obviously, I would prosecute any serious or violent crime as long as there was proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Period. Do I win, Supervisor Kirk?
So if I want to win, I'll just say yes, but I'm not going to. So the only answer I can really give you is my 27 years of experience. If you ask anybody in this county who reads a paper or has ever been in a jury trial in 21 years, I'd have to say they tell you they don't know anybody that's tougher on crime. Crime has changed. You need to look at it differently. I get that. But my reputation speaks for itself, and I believe that with all my heart.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. So the last question that we have, and I'll put it to Mr. DeTemple, is do you have any questions for us? This is your opportunity to tell us why you think you are the best candidate or cover any topics that you would like to cover.
Sure. First, I just want to thank everyone for allowing me to talk to you guys. It's an honor to be even considered. I take this very serious. Again, this is a job that I think Mr. Hovater said it's a passion, and I think it's a very important job. And this is my home. If I get this job, this will be the last job I'll ever have. And I care about this community, and I care about this office. And I explained all the reasons why I believe I'm the best candidate. I'm supervising a unit that's pretty much the size of the DA's office now. We are taking care of business, and we are looking ahead and forming policies and procedures to take care of those black clouds that are coming. And I'm going to take that institutional knowledge to the DA's office here in Tuolumne County if I'm appointed. And I'm going to put forward what I've done my entire career in law enforcement, and that is work as a team, foster a team mentality, have each other's back, foster a mentality of safety where they can do their job without worrying about getting in trouble or having their supervisors breathing down their back. Now, certainly we're going to hold them accountable to do certain things, but it's about working together and seeking justice. And I have a long history of doing that. And every step of the way, that's what I've done. And that's how I've managed people. And that's how I've participated when I was being managed. There's a lot of talk about diversion. and different programs, conditional programs. I think I'm really the only person at the table that's actually engaged in those on a real high level in Madera County. Again, I was involved with the Behavioral Treatment Court, which is an amazing program that, again, was here in Tuolumne County at one time. We just ran out of funds. And I've talked to people that were part of that program running it, and they said it was great. I would push hard for that. I've been part of the Veterans Treatment Program. I've been part of this trying to create the homeless court. And I've been involved with working with line staff people on how to create offers and create conditional pleas that would mirror those conditions that you have in collaborative courts. And I'm the one that has the experience on doing that. I've also had to rebuild and help rebuild policies and procedures in Madera County that were broken, from Brady procedures to officer-involved shooting procedures. And the laws have changed and are changing, and we have to keep up on that. And I'm already doing that and have the best experience to do that. And again, I think I'm the best person for the job. And again, thank you for your time. It's really appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Newkirk.
Thank you. And I also would like to thank you for your time and the opportunity to make my case in front of you. This is now my 7th district attorney. I know what works. I know what doesn't work. I know what hasn't been working. And I would like to restore the DA's office to what it was before 2012. And I think I'm the best person to do that because I know what the office was like. I know what has happened in the past. I know what DA policies work and what don't. And I'm willing to implement the ones that work. I think I'm unique among the candidates in that I've also seen the criminal justice from 3 of the 4 sides. I worked in law enforcement like Mr. Dew Temple. I was a prosecutor like Mr. Dew Temple. But nobody here has sat down and talked with the defendant and gotten their side of what was going on in a case. Nobody here sees the changes in the quality of the cases from before and now. And so I think I have this unique set of experiences and abilities to be able to restore the office to what it was and to make it even better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hovatter.
Chairman Campbell, Supervisor Brandon, Supervisor Goldenberg, Supervisor Kirk, Supervisor Half, thank you very much for allowing me to be part of this process. This is a big decision that you have with a lot of implications. And I know you're taking it seriously, and I appreciate all the time and effort that you're putting into this. 27 years ago, I raised my hand, as I said earlier, and swore an oath to do the right thing, to protect and defend the Constitution of the state of California. And next to my family, that's the most important thing that I do. And I have a 16-year-old boy at home, so I'm not going anywhere for a while. Now, 27 years have taught me a lot of things. 27 years have taught me that crime and justice looks different today than it did 27 years ago. And that's a good thing. But I've been here to see it change. I know that you can't do what you did 27 years ago in the administration of criminal justice today. That's a good thing. These changes are going to keep going. The pendulum, as we say, swings, and the pendulum is still swinging. And as long as the pendulum is swinging and there's good things that are happening, I'm all for it. That means you need to have fresh eyes. You need to have fresh ideas. Now, because I've been doing this 27 years, it doesn't mean I'm a dinosaur and I don't have those fresh ideas, but I do know there are people like Ms. Janicki and the other attorneys and the other support staff and the victim witness people that have those fresh ideas. And my job as district attorney is to have a fresh idea myself, to use those fresh ideas, to embrace those fresh ideas, to seek them out. That's something that 27 years has taught me. It's taught me that the day-to-day work of a prosecutor has changed radically. It went from that one Polaroid photo to 25 search warrants for Google and Facebook and Twitter, and I'm dating myself, but it's incredible the amount of on-the-ground work. 27 years has taught me that. Our office is dealing with those changes, and to deal with those changes, you need strong leadership. Leadership is more than supervising people. It's motivating people. It's inspiring people. It's getting them to understand the why we do things, not just the what, not just the how. My leadership abilities are based on that 27 years of experience. They deal with stability. They deal with integrity. They deal with maturity. They deal with trust. They deal with compassion. Those are all things that are central to who I am as a person, central to who I am as a prosecutor, central to who I am as a leader. And I intend to use those qualities when I go out and deal with the public, when I go out and deal with the county, when I go out and deal with the law enforcement partners, because the job of a DA is more than just prosecuting crimes. And I can use that experience. I would tell you that this time in our office when we're young needs somebody with experience for that leadership. And if I'm going to sit here and tell you I want this job and 2 years from now I'm not going to be here, that would be a bad thing. And I'm here to tell you that's not going to happen. If I get this job, I've got to run in a year, and I am going to run in a year because I think I'm the best person for this job. A point that Supervisor Brandon made. There's been a lot of talk about diversion. There's been a lot of talk about making sure you don't file cases unless you can prove them beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. On the other hand, Tuolumne County is a law and order county. In my 20 years that I've been here, the people in this county expect someone to go against crime. I've been doing that for 20 years. Some people at this table might say, gosh, you couldn't prove that crime. And I would respond, I took that crime, I took that case to trial, and I won that case. It wasn't the easy route to go, but it was the right route to go. So you can be compassionate, you can be fair, you can be ethical, you must be those things, and you can still be hard and prosecute crime. And you do it with those fresh eyes, with those fresh ideas. That's why I believe I'm the best person for this job. And that's why if you do me the honor of appointing me, I will do everything in my power in a year to earn the public's trust and show that your decision was the right one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Janicki, you had the first word, and now you get the last one.
Thank you, board members. The decision you make today is not about our past. It's about our future. And I would submit to you that I have the experience, support, and passion to be the district attorney of Tuolumne County for many years to come. My age and my years of experience are an immutable factor. I cannot change them. But what I can tell you is that in the 6 years that I have been a prosecutor here in Tuolumne County, I have touched thousands of cases, and I have worked so diligently to make myself the best prosecutor that I can be. I have the support of my office, as you can see through the letters of recommendation that was submitted in my application packet. I have the support of my professional peers and of law enforcement, and I have the support of community members and crime victims. What the DA does is an incredibly multifaceted job. And the reality is that once Ms. Krieg decided that she was going to be running for the bench, I decided I was going to be applying or running for this position. I have never once wavered in that decision. I submitted my application the first round. I submitted supplemental application items to you the second round. And I have been involved in this process for as long as I could be. And I've done everything that I could over the last year and a half to make myself a leader and to improve my management skills. I have 5 goals that I want to achieve over the next 2 years of the current length that's available for this appointment and then beyond. The first is that we do need to establish a diversionary program here in Tuolumne County. When I came here from Marin County 6 years ago, I was shocked that we didn't have one. And I wanted to implement one then, but the decision was made to not do that at that time. I am prepared to do that now because I think it will benefit the people of Tuolumne County. Second, we must seek and achieve national accreditation for Sunshine House. I cannot stress enough to this board how imperative it is that we continue to have that asset available to our crime victims. National accreditation is a lengthy, about 1.5 year long process, and we need to have our application for that accreditation in before the end of this year in order to make it before our grant runs out. So as DA, one of my first goals is to set up a timeline for our application process, ensure that it's adhered to, and get that application sent in as soon as possible. Third, we do need to finalize being a paperless office. That will make us more efficient, and that will ultimately decrease costs across a variety of departments, including probation, including the sheriff's office, Sonora PD, which is not a county agency, but one of our partners, and a variety of other agencies that have to get us paper documents. Going to a paperless system increases our efficiency and decreases an impact on the budget. Fourth, we do need to apply for additional revenue streams. Budgets are tough, times are tough. The OTS grant is an incredible opportunity that I think Tuolumne County would qualify for, and we need to start looking at federal funding that is geared towards domestic violence and sexual assault, of which we have a high number here in Tuolumne County. And then lastly, we have to increase employee retention and job satisfaction while decreasing burnout of our employees. How do we do that? It's through trauma-informed and vulnerability-focused managerial styles that encourage leadership at all levels. It is at that point that we become the highest performing DA's office that we can be. And I greatly appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. There have been so many things in Tuolumne County that I would have never contemplated getting to do in another county that I got to do because I was here. I love Tuolumne County. This is my home. It has become my home, and this is where I plan to be for the rest of my life. And I hope that you give me the opportunity to do that as your district attorney.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you very much, all the candidates today. It's a very difficult position that the board is in, having so much experience and so many viewpoints, and having to choose one, but that is the responsibility that the state has given us, and we take it very seriously. So that concludes the question and answer portion of the interview. I'd like to open the floor up for public comment, but before I do, I'd like to have our board clerk read the comment number that folks can call in and make their voices heard to the Board of Supervisors. And I guess at this time, I'm going to look at County Council. Can we dismiss the candidates if they'd like to sit in the back of the room, or?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so you don't have to sit there in the front of the room listening to people talk about you. That, if you want to sit in the back of the room or go home and enjoy time with your families, that's perfectly all right. But at this time, I think the board's going to listen to comment from the public, okay? Okay, so do we have, oh, I'm sorry, you go ahead and read the phone number and then we'll move to the first person.
For public comment, please call 209-533-6581.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have someone waiting to talk to the board? Hi, you're on with the board. You have 3 minutes. and we can, if you're ready to go, you can start talking anytime.
Yes, I am. Start my clock. My name is Steve Stewart. I'm a veteran, I'd say, of Tuolumne County, and I want to voice my support for Eric Hobotter as district attorney. I don't know what protocol is, but if any one of you have a reservation about Eric, if you'd allow me to address it, maybe I could put it to rest. Just with my history of Eric and what he has sacrificed as a public servant over the last 20 years, I've known him doing his job. It's amazing. I know him well. Does anyone there, if protocol allows it, if anyone there has a reservation, would you voice it to me and maybe I could put it to rest? Is that something that can happen during this 3 minutes?
No, unfortunately, the rules of public comment in this case are you have 3 minutes to state your case. The board cannot respond or take any action based on the comments that you make.
Understood.
Okay. Okay. So this is your time to say your piece, and the board will listen.
Okay. With personal knowledge for 20 years of Eric Hobotter, he strives for justice in Tuolumne County, even at the sacrifice of his family life and his social life. It is amazing. I respect the heck out of it. I hope he gets this job. He deserves this job in my eyes. He will be spectacular as the district attorney. I will be saddened, as will all the people I know that care about Tuolumne County, if he does not get this position. I hope you all agree. I know that he would be an incredible asset to justice in Tuolumne County. So, I don't know. I don't know what else can be, without you knowing me. I will tell you, I'm 2 corporations in Tuolumne County, and I'm on the board of an NGO, international. I see lots of people come and go, and Eric Hobotter is not one to let go or to not bump up to a higher position. He is your guy. I hope you agree. I will be very, very sad if he does not get this position. Please support Eric Hobotter. I do, and the people who seem to follow the important matters in Tuolumne County support him as well. So thank you for letting me have some of your time. Please vote and support Eric Hobotter as well. I'd appreciate it.
Thanks very much, Steve. Okay, I think
Thank you, folks. Have a great night.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, I think we have some more folks waiting to speak. Okay, so are you on the phone line?
Yes, hello.
Hi, so you have 3 minutes.
Aloha, my name is Nikki Coleman, and I'm a registered voter and resident of Tuolumne County. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today, and thank you to the candidates for sharing so much of your work. I'm here to respectfully express my concern in the interview process for this appointment. For those of us joining in on Zoom, our audio and video was started well after Ms. Briggs and Ms. Carrillo began speaking, so if any of the following concerns I will share were addressed for previously, I apologize. I don't know what was said at that time because I wasn't granted access until after the meeting had started. While most of the candidates here today have demonstrated their qualifications and are clearly up for the job, there are also 2 candidates who are equally qualified and unfortunately haven't been given the opportunity to be publicly interviewed. Upon reviewing the memo published by County Council on March 15th, the verbiage gave the impression that all qualified candidates would be publicly interviewed by the board today. I was excited to get to know the candidates I've not met and learn about them. Last night, I learned that 2 of them were dismissed and the interview pool was narrowed down. This saddened me, and as I started hearing from other community members, I realized that I wasn't the only one to feel disappointment. I revisited the memo published by County Council, and it does explicitly state, pursuant to the Brown Act, closed sessions may occur for employment interviews of employees, but this exception does not apply to elected positions. Further, it states, the board will interview candidates who desire to be appointed, and interviews for the district attorney position must be held before your board in open session. Supervisor Brandon stated today on social media that the Board of Supervisors hasn't even received resumes for the 2 candidates dismissed yesterday. David Beiersdorf and Charles Smith were dismissed without explanation behind closed doors. These candidates more than meet the minimum qualifications for this position, so I have to ask, why are they not being given the opportunity to interview publicly before the board as the county council memo states? I have no skin in this game and am confident that the board will select the most qualified candidate. But at this moment, the process seems unfair and not true to the transparent process county council set forth and has many questioning compliance with the Brown Act. Because of their dismissal, we are being denied the ability to hear from and make comment on all qualified candidates. The qualifications of Charles and David are significant and they deserve an equal opportunity. I urge the board to consider postponing this appointment in order to accommodate public interviews with the additional 2 candidates who met the posted qualifications. And further, I urge the board to consider making the resumes of all 6 candidates public for community review. Please do the right thing and explore this process further before choosing to make an appointment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And
Would you like me to address some of that?
there were some specific claims in there. I guess go ahead and
Sure.
start.
In terms of the Brown Act, this portion of the interview with your board has to be done in public. But Attorney General opinions and case law has held that the pre-interview process before it comes to your board can be done by panels or even potentially 2 board members outside of the public meeting. So as Ms. Riggs explained earlier, the standard appointment process that the county uses in personnel matters was followed. So there were panel interviews, and again, in our standard process, the scope of applicants is always narrowed down to a smaller amount that comes before your board. And pursuant to our ordinance code, the CAO is required to bring at least 2 qualified candidates to your board. In this situation, she selected to bring 4 qualified candidates. So from a Brown Act perspective, there's absolutely no problem whatsoever in the process. The other thing about the memo that I wrote definitely did not indicate that anybody who applied was going to be brought before your board. In fact, on page 2, the top paragraph says additional information regarding the process will be presented by the CAO in a separate memo. So that was because Ms. Riggs was going to do a separate, as she did, it's attached to the packet, a separate memo explaining the process, which is again our standard process, but that's something that the CAO can articulate more. And of course we did, and unfortunately there was some audio issues earlier today, and some people were not able to hear the entire explanation. Anything else you'd like me to address?
No, I think that covers it pretty well. The only thing that I would say is that it's extremely important that the community feels that this was a public process and that it was done fairly. I have confidence that it was. At the end of the day, the Board of Supervisors has to conduct the people's business in a way that's as efficient and open as possible. And if you look at kind of the facts of the day, we started at 1 o'clock. It's now after 5 o'clock, and we've heard, I think, very detailed and poignant responses from each of the candidates that I think give us a clear picture. But I guess what I'm getting at is that it's been very thorough up to this point with the 4 candidates that we have, and at some point we have to have a vetting process to bring us to this point. So I guess, are there any other public comments? Okay. Hi, you're here with the board, and if you, the next time someone calls, if you would just want to tell them they can start talking right away, then. Hi, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Josh, and I'm a registered voter in Tuolumne County. I find it a little concerning that two different candidates who were more than qualified for this position were dismissed behind closed doors. This would appear to be a violation of the Brown Act. According to the memo that was put out by the City Council, pursuant to the Brown Act, closed sessions may occur for employment interviews of employees, but this exception does not apply to elected positions. The two candidates were interviewed and dismissed behind closed doors, and we didn't get public comment, and the Board of Supervisors didn't get a chance to look at them or anything like that either. I would urge the board to make all 5 candidates' resumes public for community review prior to this appointment. And yeah, that's basically what I had to say.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the previous comments from County Council apply to the elements of that.
Agree. The only thing I want to just emphasize is that, again, this is a personnel matter. So there are applications from individuals who did not make it to this interview process, and that is covered by confidentiality laws. We would be in violation of the law if we released their application packets to the public, and that's why they haven't been released.
Okay. Any other folks waiting to speak? Okay, 2 more. Hello and welcome.
Yes, my name is James Althouse and have lived in the Tuolumne County for over 20 years. I want to make a public comment regarding my knowledge of Mr. Eric Hovater, who prevented crime and need him to be the next Tuolumne County District Attorney. His leadership would continue to build our community in a safer environment. I've known of several of his felony cases as a team player and believe he did an awesome job, so truth and justice was served. He helped us with action items that guided us to the proper parties in our county that assisted. And if any of my friends and family are victims of crime, I would want Mr. Eric Hovater to be leading the county so that, again, truth and justice is served. He's very fair, great example, and always looking to seek justice and protect our public. Mr. Eric Hovater serves Tuolumne County well because of his management, teamwork, and leadership skills. I highly recommended him and hope he is escalated to be the next Tuolumne County District Attorney. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
And thank you very much. Hello and welcome. We can hear you.
Hi there. My name is Lisa. I'm a registered voter of Tuolumne County, and I just want to say, after listening to all the interviews today, I think Ms. Jenneke is the obvious choice. I think she was very professional. I think she knew exactly what she was talking about. She was able to think on her feet. I think she is the best choice out of the 4 we have here, and I hope that you guys take that into consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Hello and welcome.
Hi there. Thank you. My name is Reiko. I'm a District 1 voter, and I just wanted to say that it was refreshing and inspiring to hear the detailed goals that Cassandra Jenneke has for our future. She has a lot of sustainable solutions and inspired confidence for me. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, other comments? Okay. So we had a couple of folks that called and then the calls were dropped, so we're trying to get them back on. Hello, you're with the board. Hi there, can you hear me? All right, so not hearing anybody on the line. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Okay, so just one. Okay, hello, you're on with the board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so before you start, I'm going to ask you, can you turn down your speakers if you're watching it on a computer? We're getting some feedback.
I was. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Well, my name is Mitchie Anderson, and I'm a lifelong Tuolumne County resident. Excuse me. And I live in District 5. And I just want to say that it was really inspiring to hear Cassandra Jenneke talk about her leadership qualities. Excuse me. And how she plans, the details around how she plans to work with other agency leadership to accomplish her goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, any other folks waiting to call? Okay. You guys ready to close? Okay. So we'll go ahead and close public comment. So I'm going to look to County Council. I'd like to take a, would you like a 10-minute break or a 15-minute break? I'm going to need a break. 10? Okay. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Now I'm going to ask County Council, the board members can't speak to any of the candidates, okay? And we can't meet as a quorum out of it. Well, I'm going to need to take a break. So,
I think,
so
I think we can just assure the public that the board members.
Could you explain a little bit
Sure.
about what the procedure is
Right.
from this point
So
forward?
my understanding after speaking with Chairman Campbell is that he would like to take a break to be able to just review his notes, sort of reflect upon everything that he heard today before he comes back in here to deliberate. And I would kind of make the same assumption for the rest of your board because this is a very important decision. So I think everybody understands, and these can kind of be the ground rules, is that, you know, take your notes, go into your office, but the goal is that your board's not speaking, communicating with one another. Clearly, we're going to adhere to the Brown Act, and staff is going to take a little break too. And then when it's time to come back, we'll come in, and your board, this will be the time for your board to deliberate and make a decision about what the next step will be.
Okay.
Anything else?
That
Supervisor
sounds,
Kimball? Okay.
Does that work for everyone? Okay.
Yeah, I just think for public perception, I'm going to sit right here. So
Okay, you can sit right there.
I'm just saying it's a decision.
Well, I don't, yeah. I mean, we need to take a break at some point.
I hear you.
So we'll take a 10-minute break, reconvene at 5:32, and then we'll discuss the candidates. All right, welcome back. Again, this is the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. Right now, we are going over our, our 1 PM appointment to hire a new district attorney. So again, I want to thank all the candidates that we had today. Part of the reason why this is such a long process is that we do have 4 very qualified candidates, and we want to make sure that we are making a good decision for the citizens of our county. So what I'm going to propose that we do is, before we just dive into nominations, I'm going to ask if the board is interested. One of the ways we can do this is for each board member to name 2 candidates that they favor, and then each of us can say which 2 we favor. We can look at where there are similarities and winnow the number of candidates down to a point where we can make a motion. So that's the how I'd like to proceed. So if that's
Just a question, should we start with this, should we start with just comments? Because something he say might convince you to think differently about a candidate, something I say might, you know what I mean?
Okay. Well, I'm open to suggestion. Would we like to start with comments?
I think comments
Or-
and then maybe take,
At some point, we need to kind of winnow things down.
yeah, I would agree.
So that is an excellent question. Would we like to do comments, or would we like to name top 2 candidates first and then start from that point?
I would agree with both. I think having comments first, but then going to the top 2 system, I think would be efficient.
Maybe we
Okay,
should
so
put a
comments
self-timer
first.
on ourselves?
Any other views?
Yes, 3 minutes each.
That was my reasoning behind choosing the top 2 for each of us. If we all have at least one member or a plurality in our top 2, then that makes it clear and we don't have to go into more detailed discussion. So that was my reasoning. So,
I'm good with doing the 2, I guess.
okay.
That's the
So,
consensus of the board.
okay. So I think we'll go ahead and just do a poll of the board for top 2. This is a poll. This is not,
So no comments?
we'll poll the board first, see if there's a pattern within those 2 choices, and then have discussion based off of that, okay? So I'll start with Supervisor Brandon.
Mr. Chairman, looking at some of the issues that are important to me in seeing a new district attorney, I think we had 3 candidates that did stand out. The 2 that I would select for nomination would be, and we're making one of them a priority.
That's, I would say yes. If you'd like to rank them, you can.
Okay. I would like to not make a priority because of my
Okay.
calculation. It's pretty darn even.
Okay.
Would be candidate Janicki and candidate Newkirk.
Okay, Supervisor Goldenberg.
Well, it's been a long day. Appreciate everybody. This process has not been easy for anybody. You know, the board or you guys, it's a unique situation. Appreciate your patience and understanding. After weighing and looking at this in many different ways, my 2 would be candidate Janicki and candidate DeTemple.
Okay, Supervisor Kirk.
I don't like this process. I'd rather talk. Hovatter.
Well, you can give your reasoning. So if you have to pick 2, but,
And then after this, we're gonna go into discussion?
and we'll have more discussion.
Okay,
This
so-
is to inform the discussion, so that we're not just discussing the merits of every single
Hovatter
candidate.
and, Cassandra,
Jennifer?
Janicki, sorry.
All right, Supervisor Half.
Before I name my two, I want to make a statement to all four of you. I want to thank you for your willingness and your courage to do this public process. We've never done something like this before. It's a little wonky, and I just want to thank you for stepping up to do this interview, which has not been easy for any of us. So I want to acknowledge that in each of you. I really appreciate your willingness to step up and do this process. And also, there's no doubt to me that if chosen, any one of you technically are extremely competent. It's not a question of that at all. So and I don't like making the top two without saying why.
Say why?
Yeah, maybe after you're done,
Okay.
I'll say why too.
Okay.
So I didn't do that.
So I am going to say why. There's one, for me, there's one clear person who rises above because I was looking for leadership skills, leadership mindset. And that person, I believe, to be Cassandra Janicki. The next person I would choose would be Mr. Newkirk.
Thank you for breaking the ice a little bit. I didn't know where to put comments. I'm going to say a few things, and I'm sure we're going to have more discussion after Campbell puts in his recommendations. I'll just start at the top. Cassandra, no matter what happens, you, my dear, have a bright future. So I just want you to know that. Dew Temple, I love your experience in law enforcement, your whole background. Anybody here, any one of you could easily be a DA for Tuolumne County. I like your experience. That's one thing that I appreciate. Newkirk, your diversity as far as prosecution, defense. I actually in law school thought I was going to be a lawyer, and I had to defend a case and prosecute a case. So when you're talking about that, it rung with me, and also your private experience. I think you're one of the most unique people here at the table as far as your background. So I appreciate that. Hovatter, 27 years experience. I love your passion. I think I've said that before. I love your passion. I think one thing though that you said, there's a few things that you said that make me lean your way is, and it's kind of towards the end, is we are a law and order county community. And you have been a benchmark in that order and in that structure at Tuolumne County. And I can't deny that. So, you guys are going to, no matter what happens today, no matter what we decide, you guys are all going to have to, if you want this position, you're going to have to run. And then the public's going to have a say in the matter. Mm-hmm. So when I look at this, I say, okay, who can hold down the fort? I believe, I chose you two. I believe all of you can, but I chose you two. I just believe you're the man for the job right now. Cassandra, I used some words that you said, unfortunately, against you, which is a good thing, which was you said that both you and Hovatter, you have the same goals. You love your staff, you love your employees, and you guys both as like a family. So I feel like either one of you be a great DA, but I feel like in my mind you should be the DA, and if you could be the assistant DA, that's a team I could see kicking butt here in Tuolumne County. But at the end of the day, I have to make my recommendation. So that's how I came to my my conclusion, and I just kind of want you to know the why behind it, and we'll hash some of this out here in a little bit. But I just thank you guys so much. Thank you. I have so many good things to say about all of you, and some of you, there's some things I disagree with, but you're all professionals. And again, the county is going to have the final say in this matter next year. We're just the interim. So thank you guys.
Yeah, and both of you just stole everything I was going to say. So, Yeah, the courage was a huge part of this, and that right there says that, you know, anybody with the courage to go through this process, in my book, could do the job. What I was looking for was someone who would articulate the vision that I have for criminal justice in Tuolumne County, and the correctly in identifying the problems that not just our county but all counties face with this. And kind of similar to Jaron, I that's why I wanted a little time, is so I could kind of check off where things kind of intersected, and the two that to me rose above was Mr. Newkirk and Ms. Janicki. And it's like I said at the beginning, it's a very difficult decision, because when you have so many qualified people, anybody could do the job, but you have to find some way to make a choice. And what I chose to do was to look at the discussions we had here today, look at your experience, and make a decision based on that. And so that's how I reached that conclusion. So what I can do is we can talk about where we are with this, or would you like to expand the discussion a little bit?
Well, I didn't say everything why I didn't
Okay.
go into detail.
Well, I'll just say, so we have 5 for Cassandra Janicki. Sorry, I'm going to add things up here. And this is in no order, So 5 of us had mentioned Cassandra. 3 mentioned Jim Newkirk. 1 mentioned Hovatter. 1 mentioned Mr. DuTemple. Okay, so that, would we like to have a discussion based off of that? So we do have a plurality for both Ms. Janicki and Mr. Newkirk. Who would like to start? Supervisor Brandon?
Sure, and I think I was waiting until the comments section to be able to speak to all of you. It's already been said by my fellow colleagues here, but this process, especially being public and having the discussion, to come up here to that type of scrutiny is incredibly commendable. And I think any one of you would have been a great DA as far as experience, as far as your professionalism, and I think you would be great. And so here we are having to choose between candidates that each bring, I have to say, very unique elements to the table. I was expecting coming in a little more, I think, similarity in a lot of the answers, and I was very surprised in hearing a lot of different, I think, philosophies, some commonalities, but also some really distinct differences. So for me, it had to come down to what am I looking for specifically in what I've heard in speaking, to members of the public about the district attorney's office, in our working with them as the Board of Supervisors, in looking at our criminal justice system here locally, especially as we have a new jail and a lot of changes. What I wanted to state, first is, Mr. Hovatter, your experience in the office to whoever is taking this position will be, I'm sure, invaluable. And I know that you are a man of character, and your conviction and your passion in this truly showed. I know that I've heard you talk about elder abuse in previous things in a presentation to the Commission on Aging. And I hope and know that whoever takes this position, you will be somebody who will be a rock and a wealth of knowledge for them, and I think help make them a better district attorney. So for that, I really appreciate it, and I have a lot of faith in that relationship. The first thing that was important to me was an actionable plan. I view the district attorney not only as a prosecutor, but a manager and a elected community leader during most of the time. I wanted to hear a candidate that came in with ideas and specifics of what they would end up doing in the office. And I was very impressed with Ms. Janicki, the 30, 60, 90-day plan, looking at management and leadership theories for the last year, and training for this position I felt was much more specific. I really appreciated that. I thought that was very effective. And the second thing is trying to address staff burnout, which I think we have talked about a lot here, a lot of the caseload, the work pressure of this office, and how, from what I have seen, I think taking on a lot of these cases, it's not a matter of just being, trying everything. It takes away resources from all the really serious cases. I was very impressed, and this is why it was difficult and I could not make a priority between my two selections, with Mr. Newkirk, who I felt was looking at these cases as a matter of resource allocation to the most serious, most provable cases, while looking at, instead of losing people, how can we focus on making sure we are not trying all of the cases that are unclear, the cases that are victimless crimes, and I felt you had a very good definition of that, specific to actually what candidate Mr. Dutemple had brought up, of harassment and other things that may be not as serious as murder, but still had victims as well. And so I was impressed with that definition. The third for me was prioritizing the worst. I want somebody not only that is able to look for these alternatives, but is able to put away the people that need to be put away. And that is, I think, extremely important. And both of you, I think, were excellent on that and everything that I would look for. I'd say that all candidates on the board, I think, had an excellent answer for that. And lastly, I did want to see some emphasis on rehabilitation, diversion programs, and experience in that, to be able to break sometimes the cycle of poverty and crime that entraps families, that entraps people from a minimal offense that gets tried, going in, they go to crime university, right, a big house, come out with limited job prospects and recidivism rates, increase. I want somebody that, for those nonviolent, non-sexual, non-felony crimes, will find that alternative to help as many as we can get better before they get worse. And so that was very important to me. And I felt that both Mr. Newkirk and Ms. Janicki had excellent answers to that as well. And I know that Mr. Dutemple has a lot of experience in there as well. That's why that I made the recommendations and decisions that I did. And again, I want to appreciate everybody for coming before this board. It's hard for us. I know it's incredibly hard for you, so thank you.
Supervisor Goldberg.
Yeah, as I said a few minutes ago, it's a tough process. Cassandra, several things, spoke to me about you as a candidate. I felt you were experienced beyond your years, and I know people that I've worked with in my career in the past with CAL FIRE and the fire department that had similar things. It doesn't necessarily mean time, but at the same time, the wealth of experience that you've got, Eric, is a tremendous amount. So I felt you made a statement. The decision you make today is not about the past, but rather the future, and so that resonated with me. Because I think we're in a changing world. We've got some things going on here. We've been in a state of flux, obviously, with the COVID. Has affected our lives professionally, personally, in many, many ways. I'm personally very big on planning, and so you're having a good, solid, 5-point plan, what you had there also spoke to me. Let's see here, sorry. James Newkirk, I really liked a lot of the things you had to say as well. I like the varied experience that always counts a lot with me as well. Having different facets. And I appreciated, the things that you were thinking about, how we could maybe change some of the caseload issues. And Eric DuTemple, you know, your experience there in Madera, you know, real solid. You hit well with me, you know, really strong on the collaborative court and the diversion. I think that's important, and I know Cassandra, you know, spoke to that as well. This was not, like I said, not an easy process, but that's the factors that, you know, went into, you know, the way I made my choice. So I thank you all, you know, for what you did, you know, today.
Okay, were there any other okay. Supervisor Huff?
Yeah, at the outset of this interview, before you even came into the room, actually this morning and last night, I was thinking, what is my objective? What am I going to be looking for first and foremost in this next DA? And what I am looking for is leadership skills. And I feel that the person who demonstrated and expressed leadership skills the best was Miss Janicki. And she mentioned several things. Besides having very thorough answers and refreshing ideas, she talked about the 30 to 90 day transition plan. She said that she was part of a Dare to Lead group with the social services, I believe, and that is groundbreaking work. That is cutting edge work in leadership. So that shows an affinity to be cutting edge. She also mentioned the 5 goals that she has. I look for long-range planners. I look for people who have a vision and can inspire others to follow. And I think she exhibited that better than anybody else. Not that you don't all have leadership skills, but I was very convinced by her answers today. My second choice in Jim Newkirk. Jim, you exude confidence and trust. I felt like that was your main strength here today, that, you know, if you were to be chosen, I knew I could put my trust in you, and you have such well-rounded, solid experiences that would speak to that. But like I said to begin with, coming in here before I even met any one of you, I was looking for a true leader. And so that's what I would like to say.
Okay, do we want to have any more discussion about the candidates, or yeah, I'm open for a motion if there's one.
Chairman Campbell, what kind of motion are you looking for? Are we
Who's gonna
narrowed
be the
down to
DA?
the 2?
Heck, if you're looking for a motion, I'll make a motion for
Well,
the matter.
That was the question, is we can either take a motion, or we have 2 that are out ahead, but I think
We got to do a motion, so.
I think we,
It seems like we have 2 candidates that would be worth discussing, but that's just me. Worth discussing in a second kind of round.
I think we need to make a vote. We
Yeah.
see who's got the most numbers, and
well,
we
it's
need to
not,
move.
nobody gave it wasn't ranked.
Okay.
So we do have 2 that have plurality on the board. But, you know, I think we're ready for a motion.
Well, you guys know
Yes.
what motion I'll make, so feel free to make a motion.
Okay, I'm open for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Cassandra Janicki as our interim DA until the election process comes.
I'd like to second that.
Okay. A motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Haff. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed?
I will say aye to support you moving forward.
Motion passes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all very much, and thank you for going through this process. And thank you, everyone who participated and sent emails. So that concludes the business for the day. Thank you all very much. I'll adjourn the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors.